Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Authentic documented experiences, thoughtfully adapted with literary craft so the core remains intact, and the suspense settles in softly. Like and subscribe to support the channel, and tap the bell for new releases. There are no more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes. After that it plays straight through. Curated true encounters, elevated into quiet, literary horror for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I found the first X at sunrise in Amarillo, pressed into the dust on my trailer tire like someone had signed their name and meant it. It wasn't paint, it wasn't chalk, it was dark and tacky, smeared with 2 deliberate strokes that crossed dead center on the rubber. I crouched beside it with my coffee cooling in my hand, and touched it with the edge of a paper towel. The stain came away rusty brown, not grease, not mud, blood. I've been driving long haul for 12 years. You learn to read small things. A strap that's been loosened half an inch, a seal that's been replaced, a tire that looks fine but feels wrong under your boot. My job is problem solving and vigilance. If something doesn't fit, I don't ignore it. I told myself it was an animal strike. Maybe I'd run over something the night before, and it had smeared across the tread. But the X was too clean, too centered, and it was only on one tire. I washed it off at the fuel island and rolled out. The next morning, in a truck stop outside Flagstaff, I did my pre-trip in the cold blue light before dawn. I walked the length of the trailer, thumping tires, checking lines. When I got to the rear axle, I felt that wrongness again. I knelt. Another X. This one darker, fresher. The strokes thick and deliberate, drawn across the sidewall where you couldn't miss it. I looked under the trailer, half expecting to see someone still there, but it was empty shadow and hard-packed gravel. I checked the other tires. Nothing. That was when it stopped being coincidence. I carry a dash cam like most drivers, forward-facing. It wouldn't catch someone under the trailer. So that afternoon, parked in Gallup, I went into the store and bought a cheap battery-powered trail camera from a rack near the hunting supplies. I mounted it under the trailer frame, angled toward the rear tires, zip-tied and taped so it wouldn't swing. I set it to motion detection. If someone was coming under my rig at night, I'd know. That evening, the lot was half full. Sodium lights buzzed overhead. I ate in my cab and kept the curtains cracked an inch. Every time footsteps passed, I felt my shoulders tighten. I watched silhouettes move between trucks. I told myself I was overreacting. Truck stops are full of people cutting across lots. Still, I locked the doors early. In the morning, before I even brushed my teeth, I climbed down and checked the tires. There it was again. The X, same tire, same spot. My mouth went dry. I didn't touch it. I went straight to the camera. Back in the cab, I pulled the memory card and slid it into my laptop. The first few clips were nothing. Headlights sweeping, a cat slipping between axles, a plastic bag tumbling through. At 2:13 a.m., the screen shifted. A shape moved in from the left edge. Low, slow, slow. A person. They crawled on their stomach beneath the trailer, elbows digging into gravel. They wore dark clothes and something wrapped around their head, maybe a hood or scarf. The camera's night mode flattened everything into gray, but I could see their hands clearly. They paused under the tire, looked around, then they reached into a small container they'd brought with them. Their hand came out wet and dark. With careful practice motions, they drew 2 lines across the rubber. One stroke, then the other. Precise. They didn't rush. They didn't look panicked. After the X was finished, they pressed their palm flat against the center of it and held it there. Their head bowed slightly. Not frantic, not wild, deliberate. They stayed like that for several seconds, then wiped their hand on the gravel and crawled backward the way they'd come. When they stood at the edge of frame, I caught a better glimpse. Average height, slim build, no obvious limp. They walked away between rows of trucks and disappeared. The timestamp ticked on. I replayed it 3 times. This is when the whelp and panther be old. There was no doubt. Someone was coming to my truck, in different states and different lots in the middle of the night, and marking it. I scrolled back through previous nights. The camera had only been up one night, so I had no earlier footage, but the pattern had started before that, which meant they'd found me more than once. Long haul routes overlap. You see the same drivers at different stops without trying, but this felt targeted. The same tire, always the same one. I stepped out and walked around the truck again, slower this time. I looked at the ground, at neighboring rigs. Nothing obvious, no one watching. I didn't wash the X off. Instead, I drove to the front of the lot and parked near the store entrance where the lights were brightest. Then I went inside and asked to speak to the manager. I kept it simple, told him someone had been under my truck overnight, and showed him the footage on my laptop. His expression shifted from bored to tight in a few seconds. He said they'd had theft issues before, but nothing like that. He called local law enforcement when the officer arrived. I showed him the tire and the video. He watched without speaking, jaw set. He asked if I recognized the person. I didn't. He asked if I'd had any recent altercations. I hadn't. He said they'd take a copy of the footage and increase patrols that night. I didn't leave. I had hours left on my clock. But I parked under the brightest light and kept the camera running. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat upright in the driver's seat with the curtains barely parted, watching reflections in my mirrors. Every shadow looked like movement. Every engine brake in the distance made my heart jump. At 1:58 a.m., I saw something, a figure moving between trailers. 3 rows over, low, controlled, not wandering. They disappeared behind a refrigerated unit. My pulse thudded in my ears. Minutes stretched. Nothing. Then I heard it. A faint scrape under metal gravel shifting. I didn't think. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped down from the cab. The lot felt enormous and exposed. Light pulled around my truck, but left pockets of darkness between others. I moved along the side of my trailer, boots crunching, and dropped to one knee near the rear axle. "Hey," I said, voice steady despite the tremor in my hands. The scraping stopped. Silence. I angled the flashlight beam under the trailer. Then a face stared back at me from inches above the ground, pale, in the LED glare, eyes wide but not surprised, as if they'd expected me eventually. The person didn't bolt. They held up one hand slowly. It was smeared dark. "You need to get out from under there," I said. They shifted backward an inch, then another. Slow, like they were calculating distance. I reached for my phone and hit the emergency call. That was when they moved. Fast. They twisted onto their side and kicked at my ankle. I stumbled back, the flashlight skittering across the pavement. The beam spun wildly, catching glimpses of fabric and gravel and the underside of my trailer. Short breaths, sharp movements. I backed away, putting space between us. "Police are on the way," I said. The figure froze halfway out from under the trailer. For a second, we stared at each other in the harsh light. Their expression wasn't rage. It wasn't fear. It was focus. Then they darted the opposite direction, rolling and scrambling out the far side. I heard shoes slap pavement. A door slammed somewhere down the row. An engine turned over. By the time I circled the trailer, they were gone. The officer returned within minutes. I gave a statement while another unit checked the lot. They found a small plastic container near the edge of the row where my truck had been parked the previous night. It held a dark liquid that tested positive for blood. Human. Security cameras from the store picked up a sedan idling at the edge of the lot, around the times my trail cam had triggered. Partial plate, same car in Amarillo, 3 days earlier. That was enough. Over the next week, while I ran shorter regional loads, detectives contacted me twice. They'd identified the vehicle owner, a man in his 30s with no violent record but a history of harassment complaints. He'd worked briefly for a logistics company that handled some of the same routes I did. He'd never worked for my carrier. We'd never met. When they searched his apartment, they found a notebook filled with dates and truck numbers. Mine circled repeatedly. Next to each date was a small hand-drawn X. There were no symbols beyond that. No elaborate diagrams. No explanations. Just my truck number, locations, and X marks. He admitted to marking the tires, but wouldn't explain why. The detective told me he described it as keeping count and finishing a pattern. He claimed he never intended to damage the vehicle or harm me. He just needed the mark to be there. They charged him with criminal trespass, vandalism, and stalking. I asked the detective the only question that mattered: how did he know where I'd be? The answer was simpler than I liked. Public load boards, predictable rest stops, my company's logo on the trailer. I ran consistent lanes. To someone watching closely, I wasn't hard to track. After the arrest, the X marks stopped. I still check that same tire first every morning. Even now, months later, most days it's just rubber and road grime. Nothing more. But sometimes in the gray light before sunrise, when the lot is quiet and the engines haven't started yet, I kneel and press my palm against the sidewall where the X used to be. The surface is cool and unmarked, and I can't shake the memory of that hand on the screen, moving slowly and carefully in the dark, as if my truck wasn't a vehicle but an altar, and I was the only one who didn't know why it had been chosen. I remember the way the diesel pump kept clicking off before the tank was full, like it didn't trust me to handle the rest of the night. The station sat alone off a 2-lane highway lined with winter fields, the kind of place where the fluorescent lights hum louder than the traffic. It was close to midnight. The air had that metallic bite that comes before frost, and my breath drifted past the hood of my truck as I stood there topping off for the drive home. I almost didn't see him at first. He was sitting on the concrete curb near the ice machine, shoulders folded inward, a small duffel bag resting against his shin. He had the look people get when they've been stranded longer than they want to admit. Stiff posture, eyes tracking every set of headlights that passes without slowing. When I finished pumping gas and screwed the cap back on, I noticed he wasn't watching the road anymore. He was watching me. Compassion has always been my weak spot. My wife says it's the reason neighbors knock on our door when their basements flood, or their cars won't start. I can't stand the idea of someone stuck and me driving past like I didn't see them. I told myself I'd at least ask. He stood before I reached him, like he'd been waiting for the approach. Up close, he looked ordinary. Mid-30s maybe. Clean but rumpled. No smell of alcohol. No wild eyes. Just tired. He said his car had broken down a few miles back, and his phone had died. He asked if I was headed east. I was. He asked if I could take him as far as the next town with a motel. It was on my way. He didn't overplay it, didn't beg, just spoke in a calm, measured way that made it easy to say yes. I unlocked the passenger door. The cab of my truck always feels smaller at night. The dashboard lights cast everything in a dull green glow, and the windshield becomes a black mirror if you look at it too long. He set his duffel between his boots and buckled up without being told. That detail reassured me. People who buckle up don't usually cause trouble. For the first few miles, we drove in silence, except for the tires hissing over asphalt. I kept my eyes on the road and asked him where he was coming from. He named a town an hour west, said he'd been visiting family. His answers were short, but not evasive. Then he started asking about me, not the usual small talk, not what I did for work or how long I'd lived around here. He asked how long I'd had the truck. I told him 3 years. He nodded like he already knew. He said it must be paid off by now. I remember glancing at him then. The cab light was off, so his face was mostly shadow, but I could see the faint outline of a smile. I told him yes. I'd finished payments last spring. He adjusted his jacket cuff and said that must have been a relief, especially with 2 kids and a mortgage. The words landed in the cab and didn't move. I don't keep pictures of my family on the dashboard. There's nothing hanging from the rearview mirror. My wedding ring was in my pocket because I'd taken it off earlier to help a neighbor fix a pipe. There was nothing in that truck that told a stranger I had children. I asked him what he meant. He turned his head slightly toward me. Not enough to fully face me. He said most men my age out this far had kids. He said he guessed. It sounded reasonable. It should have eased me. Instead, something in his tone made it feel less like a guess and more like a confirmation. We passed a mile marker. The next town was still 20 minutes out. He asked if my son still played baseball. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. I asked him how he knew I had a son. He didn't hesitate. He said most families with 2 kids have at least one boy. He said he pictured me as the type who'd coach Little League. He was right about that too. I tried to slow my breathing, tried to tell myself this was coincidence, stacked on coincidence. People make lucky guesses all the time. My social media isn't private. Maybe he'd seen me before. Maybe he lived nearby and recognized me. But when he described the color of my house, not just white, but the slightly off-white siding with the dark green shutters, I felt the first real surge of heat behind my ribs. He described the wooden swing hanging from the oak tree in the front yard. He said it creaked when the wind picked up from the north. There was no way to guess that. The road stretched ahead, empty. No headlights coming toward us. No taillights to follow. I asked him carefully if we'd met before. He said no. His voice was steady. He said he'd never spoken to me until tonight. Then he began talking about my wife. He mentioned the way she ties her hair back when she's working in the garden. The small scar near her elbow from when she fell off a bike as a kid. He described the blue ceramic pot by our front door, the one with the cracked rim that we keep meaning to replace. He wasn't speaking fast. He wasn't ranting. He was listing details like someone reading from a file. The interior of the truck felt airless. I told him to stop. He kept going. He said my daughter doesn't like thunderstorms, that she comes into our room when the lightning starts, that she sleeps curled toward my side of the bed. My vision tunneled for a second. I had to blink hard to keep the road in focus. There are moments when fear feels sharp and loud, and there are moments when it feels heavy and quiet. This was the second kind. It pressed down on me, steady and suffocating. I asked him what he wanted. He finally turned his head fully toward me. His expression wasn't angry or amused. It was neutral. Studying. He said he didn't want anything. He said he just found it interesting how much people reveal without realizing it. The stickers on a mailbox. The pattern of lights turning on and off at night. The way someone takes the same route home every evening. He said people are open books if you're patient. I tried to piece together what that meant. Had he been near my house, watching for how long? He described the dent in my garage door from when I misjudged the bumper. He described the broken latch on the side gate. He described the dog next door that barks at 6 a.m. sharp. Each detail chipped away at the fragile idea that this was coincidence. I felt anger start to rise under the fear. A protective kind. The kind that makes you forget caution. I told him he needed to get out. He looked forward again. The highway signs were starting to list the next town by name. He said he thought I was taking him there. I said I was pulling off sooner. There was a rest area coming up, just a patch of asphalt with a couple of picnic tables and a vending machine that never worked. No buildings, no staff, but it was lit. He let out a slow breath. Not a sigh, just air leaving his lungs. He said I shouldn't worry. He said he'd never stepped onto my property. He said he preferred to observe from a distance. That word preferred snapped something in me. I took the exit harder than I meant to. Gravel popped under the tires as I pulled into the rest area and threw the truck into park. For a second, neither of us moved. The engine idled loud in the silence. I told him to take his bag and get out. He didn't argue. He picked up the duffel and opened the door. Cold air flooded the cab. He stepped down onto the pavement and closed the door gently behind him. I locked it immediately. Through the passenger window, I watched him stand there under the yellow light. He didn't bang on the glass, didn't shout. He just looked at me through the window with that same neutral expression. Then he leaned slightly toward the glass and spoke. I couldn't hear him through the closed door and running engine, but I could read his lips. Drive safe. I shifted into gear and pulled away. In the rearview mirror, I saw him grow smaller under the light. until the curve of the exit ramp swallowed him. The rest of the drive home felt unreal. Every pair of headlights made my pulse jump. Every dark stretch of road looked like a place someone could be standing just out of sight. When I turned onto my street, I half expected to see him there, leaning against the oak tree, waiting. The house looked the same as it always had. Porch light on, curtains drawn, the blue ceramic pot by the door. I parked in the driveway and sat there for a moment. Engine off, listening to the tick of cooling metal. Inside, my wife and kids were asleep. I checked the locks. I walked the perimeter of the yard with a flashlight, the beam shaking slightly in my hand. The gate latch was still broken. The garage door still dented. Nothing looked disturbed, but that didn't comfort me. Over the next few days, I paid attention to things I'd taken for granted. The slow car that idled at the end of the block before moving on. The unfamiliar sedan parked across from the school pickup line. The way the dog next door barked at nothing some mornings. I never saw him again. I never found out his name. What unsettles me most isn't the possibility that he was watching my house. It's how calmly he cataloged our lives. As if we were a hobby. As if he could step into my truck at a random gas station and prove that it wasn't random at all. I still stop for people sometimes. I still believe most strangers are just that. Strangers. But now when I'm driving at night, and I see someone waiting under harsh fluorescent lights, I feel a hesitation I didn't have before. I think about how thin the walls of a truck cab are, how easily a routine can be mapped by someone patient enough to stand in the dark, and sometimes when I pull into my driveway after midnight, I sit there longer than I should, scanning the shadows near the oak tree, wondering who might be studying the pattern of my lights going out one by one. I was sitting high above the intersection when I saw it happen. The light had been red long enough for the diesel to settle into that steady, chest-deep vibration that seeps through the seat and into your bones. Evening traffic pressed in on all sides, a slow crawl of brake lights and turn signals under a sky the color of dirty copper. I remember adjusting my mirrors, checking the trailer alignment out of habit, and then glancing down to the sidewalk on my right, because movement at street level always catches your eye when you're up in a cab. That height is something you get used to. You stop noticing the advantage of it. From that perch, I could see over the roof of a black sedan parked tight against the curb. I could see the narrow gap between the sedan and the brick wall behind it. I could see the man step into that gap and crowd another man against the bricks. At first, I thought it was just an argument. The city is full of raised voices and sharp gestures. But the man doing the crowding moved with a kind of intent that didn't match a shouting match. He kept one hand low and tight to his side. The other man's hands were up, palms out, his back scraping brick as he tried to lean away. The light stayed red. My engine idled. Nobody in the cars around me seemed to notice. Then the aggressor drove his shoulder forward and shoved the other man hard enough that his head snapped back against the wall. I saw his mouth open in a silent shout. I saw the quick, repeated motion of the first man's arm. Short, controlled, not wild, not frantic. The victim sagged. The attacker stepped back just enough for me to see the dark bloom spreading across the front of the other man's shirt. It didn't look real at first, just a spreading shadow in the failing light. Then the victim slid down the wall and folded awkwardly on the sidewalk. The attacker turned his head. Even from that height, even through 2 panes of glass, I felt the moment his eyes found mine. It wasn't confusion. It wasn't fear. It was calculation. He tilted his face up toward the cab, and the streetlight caught his features cleanly enough for me to see that he knew I had a clear view. The light changed. The cars around me lurched forward. I did what I was trained to do. I eased off the brake and moved with traffic, but my hands were tight on the wheel, and my eyes flicked down to the sidewalk again as I rolled through the intersection. The attacker was already moving. He didn't run. He walked with purpose to the black sedan, got in and shut the door. The victim didn't move at all. I cleared the intersection and pulled to the shoulder at the first safe opening, just past a bus stop. My first thought wasn't about myself. It was about the man on the sidewalk. Moral responsibility isn't something you debate in a moment like that. You either pick up the phone or you live with not doing it. I picked up the phone. I gave the dispatcher the intersection, the direction I was heading, a description of the attacker in the car. I told them I was a commercial driver and that I had seen the whole thing from above. They told me officers were being sent. In my side mirror, I saw the black sedan merge into traffic 2 blocks back. I told myself it was coincidence. It was a busy road leading out of downtown, and half the vehicles would be headed the same way I was. I checked the mirror again. The sedan changed lanes when I did. That's when the weight of what had happened settled in. I couldn't exactly outrun anyone. An 18-wheeler doesn't make sudden moves in city traffic. I kept my speed steady and my lane changes deliberate, heading toward the on-ramp that would take me to the interstate. I updated the dispatcher. I told them the vehicle might be following me. They asked if I felt in danger. I looked in the mirror again. The sedan stayed 3 cars back, never too close, never dropping out of sight. Yes, I said. The interstate opened up in front of me like a concrete river, 4 lanes wide and glowing under tall lights. Traffic thinned as the city fell behind us. Warehouses gave way to billboards and then to dark stretches of scrub and trees. The sky went from copper to deep blue to black. The sedan stayed with me. I stayed on the line with the police for as long as I could without compromising my driving. They told me units were canvassing the original scene and that they'd issue a bulletin for the vehicle. They asked for plate numbers, but the sedan kept its distance just far enough that glare and movement made it hard to read. I tried to lose him in plain sight. I signaled early for exits, and then stayed on the highway. I moved from the right lane to the middle and back again. Every time, after a slight delay, the black sedan followed. The city lights disappeared completely in my mirrors. Now it was just highway and the occasional cluster of gas stations at exits. I crossed the state line without meaning to make a point of it, but when I saw the welcome sign flash by in my headlights, the situation shifted in my mind. This wasn't a nervous driver checking me out. This was someone committing to a pursuit. I called my company's after-hours line and told them what was happening. They patched me through to a supervisor who advised me to head toward the next major way station or rest area with visible law enforcement presence. He stayed calm. I focused on that calm. The sedan closed the gap slightly as traffic thinned further. At one point, it moved into the lane beside my trailer and matched my speed. I could see the driver's silhouette through the side window. His head tilted up toward my cab again. He wanted me to know he was still there. I kept my eyes forward. Trucks don't swerve. Trucks don't brake. Suddenly, unless there's no other option. I held the wheel steady and told myself that visibility was my ally. Cameras at exits. Cameras at stations. Witnesses. If I kept moving through populated areas, the highway curved into darker country. Fewer lights. Longer stretches without exits. My fuel gauge dipped lower than I liked. I did the math in my head. I had enough to make it another 100 miles, but I didn't want to gamble on empty stretches. The sedan dropped back out of my direct mirror view. For a few minutes, I thought he'd given up. Then my headlights caught him ahead of me, parked on the shoulder just beyond a gentle bend. No hazard lights, no hood up, just sitting there as I approached. The sedan eased back onto the highway in front of me. He slowed, not enough to force me to brake hard, but enough to make the gap uncomfortable. I signaled left and moved to pass. He accelerated, I dropped back. He dropped back too, sliding into the lane beside my trailer again. It was a game of proximity. He didn't need to touch me. He just needed to remind me that he could. My hands ached from gripping the wheel. I could feel my pulse in my throat. I told the supervisor I was heading for the next rest area marked on my GPS, about 20 miles ahead. He told me state police had been notified in both states, and that I should keep them updated on my exact location. The sedan fell back again. The miles stretched. Trees crowded closer to the highway, their branches black against the sky. The rest area sign finally appeared in reflective green, promising bathrooms, vending machines, and truck parking. As I signaled and took the exit ramp, the sedan followed. The ramp curved down and around. isolated from the main highway by a thick stand of trees. The rest area lights glowed ahead, harsh and white. I could see a few parked cars and 2 other trucks idling in the designated lot. The sedan accelerated suddenly on the ramp and pulled up alongside my cab, close enough that I could see the driver's face clearly in the glare of my headlights and the overhead lamps. It was the same man from the sidewalk. No mistaking it. His expression wasn't wild. It was controlled. He raised one hand off the steering wheel and drew a finger slowly across his own throat while looking up at me. Then he surged ahead and cut in front of my truck as we entered the lot. I had no room to maneuver. The lanes in the rest area were narrow, bordered by concrete curbs and light poles. He braked hard in front of me. I stood on my brake pedal and felt the trailer shudder behind me. The truck slowed with a heavy groan, tires gripping, air brakes hissing. The gap between my bumper and his trunk shrank to almost nothing before the rig settled to a stop. For a second, everything was still. Then his driver's door flew open. He stepped out and started toward my cab. Climbing down from a truck takes time. You don't just jump. I reached for the air horn instead and laid on it. The blast tore through the rest area, long and punishing. Lights flicked on inside the parked cars. One of the other truckers leaned out his window. The man kept coming. He stopped at the front of my truck, just below the grill, and stared up at me. We locked eyes again. The space between us felt charged, like the air before a storm. In the distance, I heard sirens, at first faint, then closer. The man heard them too. His head turned toward the highway entrance. Blue and red lights flickered against the trees at the edge of the lot. For a heartbeat, he looked back at me, and I saw the calculation return. The risk assessment, the cost. He took one step back from my bumper, then another. The sirens grew louder, echoing off the concrete and metal around us. He held my gaze for one last second, and then he ran for his car. He barely had time to slam the door and throw it into gear, before 2 state police cruisers roared into the lot, blocking the exit. The sedan skidded sideways as he tried to reverse, tires squealing. More lights flooded the area, washing everything in blue. Officers poured out with weapons drawn, shouting commands I couldn't make out over the fading echo of my own horn and the pounding of my blood in my ears. The man froze. They pulled him from the car and forced him face down onto the pavement. One officer looked up at my cab and gestured for me to stay put. I stayed. My legs shook when I finally climbed down. The air smelled like hot brakes and exhaust. An officer took my statement right there under the rest area lights. I told him about the intersection, about the brick wall, about the way the attacker had looked up at me and decided I was a problem that needed solving. They confirmed later that the man on the sidewalk had been found quickly and taken to a hospital. He survived. That was the part that let me sleep. Eventually, I crossed 2 more state lines before I reached my delivery the next day. The road felt different. Every dark sedan in my mirrors made my shoulders tense. I kept replaying the moment at the light, the split second where our eyes met, and a random witness became a target. I still drive that route sometimes. I still sit high above the intersections in the evenings, watching the small human dramas unfold below. Most of them pass without consequence, but every time I stop at a red light and glance down at the sidewalk, I remember how clearly I could see from up there, and how clearly someone could see me looking back. I found him because of a maintenance habit I followed for 15 years. The kind of small, boring routine that keeps a truck alive and a driver employed. It was just after sunrise at the terminal. The light thin and gray over the rows of parked rigs. The night crew had gone home. The yard was quiet except for reefers humming, and the metallic clank of a distant landing gear being cranked up. I had just pulled in from a long haul, 680 miles overnight, and I was running on stale coffee and muscle memory. My focus at the end of a run is always the same. Park straight, log the hours, do a slow walk around before I hand the unit off or take my 10. The weather had turned cold somewhere in the early morning. A dry, needling wind swept through the lot, carrying diesel fumes and the smell of wet asphalt. I remember rubbing my hands together as I stepped down from the cab and looking up at the top fairing above it. The wind deflector that sits like a cap over the sleeper, smoothing air over the trailer. I always check it. Most drivers don't. It's high up and awkward to see unless you know where to stand, but I've hauled enough cross-border loads to know people look for blind spots. The space between the cab roof and the curved plastic deflector isn't big, but it's enough for debris to lodge in there. Once, years back, I found a shredded tarp jammed up there, flapping loud enough to sound like a blown tire. Since then, that morning I heard something before I saw it. Not a bang, not a voice, just a soft, irregular thump from above the windshield, like something shifting its weight. I stepped back from the grill and tilted my head up. The rising sun hit the deflector at an angle, and I could see a dark shape pressed tight against the hollow space where the brackets meet the roof line. At first, my mind did what it always does. It reached for a simple explanation. Loose insulation, a broken panel, a bird maybe. Then the shape moved. It wasn't a dramatic movement, just a subtle tightening, like a muscle under fabric. I felt the air leave my chest in one slow pull. I took another step back, boots scraping on gravel, and squinted harder. The shape had definition now. A knee, the curve of a shoulder, fingers hooked over the inner lip of the fairing. Someone was up there. For a second I stood frozen, trying to reconcile what I was seeing with the fact that I had driven through 2 states at highway speed with that shape pressed inches above my head. The structure of the truck made it possible. That was the part that hit me hardest. The aerodynamic shell is bolted to metal supports, leaving a shallow cavity between it and the cab roof. From ground level you can't see into it unless you're looking for it. From inside the cab there's no visibility at all. I had no reason to look up during the drive. No reason to suspect that the wind noise above me wasn't just wind. I moved sideways to get a clearer angle. The figure shifted again, and this time I saw a face. Not clearly, just pale skin streaked with road grime, and 2 eyes reflecting the morning light. The person had wedged themselves flat against the roof, arms and legs braced against the inner frame. There was no luggage, no backpack, just a body folded into a space, never meant to hold one. I didn't shout, I didn't wave my arms. My focus narrowed the way it does when a tire blows at 65. Assess, control, contain. I walked back to the driver's side door and climbed halfway up the steps, keeping my eyes on the deflector. From that angle, the face was clearer. Young, male, maybe. Hard to tell under the dirt. His jaw was tight. He wasn't pleading. He wasn't speaking. He was waiting. We stared at each other for a long moment. I could hear the ticking of the engine cooling beneath us. I became aware of how exposed he was, how a sudden shift or strong crosswind could have peeled him off the truck at any point during the night. The realization settled heavy in my stomach. He had been there the entire time. Every lane change, every brake check, every gust from passing semis. I climbed down slowly and stepped away from the cab. The moment my boots hit the ground, he moved. It happened fast and silent. He swung one leg over the edge of the fairing, then the other, lowering himself with a practiced efficiency that told me this wasn't blind panic. He dropped to the hood, denting it with a hollow thud, then slid down the grill and hit the pavement in a crouch. Up close, he looked smaller than he had above me. Thin, wrapped in layers of dark clothing that blended with the truck's shadow. His hands were raw and blackened at the palms. There were deep grooves in his sleeves where the metal supports must have pressed into him. He didn't look at me again. He ran, not toward the gate, not toward the office. He cut between 2 parked trailers, boots slapping against the concrete, and disappeared into the narrow lanes of the terminal yard. I stood there longer than I'd like to admit. There's a moment after something like that, when your brain tries to downgrade it into something manageable. A prank, a misunderstanding, a short ride from the last stop. But I knew my route. I hadn't made any unscheduled stops. The only time the truck had been unattended long enough for someone to climb that high was at a fuel island 200 miles back, when I'd gone inside to pay. 200 miles. I grabbed my phone and called yard security. My voice sounded steady to my own ears, which surprised me. I reported what I had seen and where he'd run. They said they'd check the cameras and sweep the property. While I waited, I forced myself to do what I always do: inspect. I walked around to the front of the truck and studied the hood where he'd landed. A shallow dent, fresh. I ran my hand over it and felt the warmth of the metal where his body had been. Then I looked up at the deflector. From below, the cavity seemed impossibly small, but now that I knew what to look for, I could see smudges along the inner surface, streaks of dirt and something darker where hands had gripped and shifted. I fetched a stepladder from the maintenance bay and climbed high enough to peer directly into the space. The smell hit me first. Not rot, not anything dramatic, just the dense, sour odor of sweat trapped in plastic and metal. The interior of the cavity was scuffed in long arcs, where fabric had rubbed against it. The insulation foam near one bracket had been compressed flat. There were small flecks of dried blood along the edge of a bolt, probably from where skin had split under pressure, and there were markings. At first I thought they were random scratches. Then I saw the pattern. Along the inner plastic surface, etched into the thin layer of road dust, were lines drawn with a fingertip. Short strokes, grouped together, not evenly spaced, not decorative. They were tallies. I counted them once, then again more carefully. There were far more than the miles from the fuel stop. The marks overlapped in places, some smudged by movement, others darker and more deliberate. They weren't in neat rows. They followed the curve of the deflector, bending with the shape of the shell. I tried to make sense of them, hours maybe, or segments of road, or something else entirely. What unsettled me wasn't the number, it was the intention. He had been tracking something while pressed against that surface at highway speed. In wind and cold, in darkness, security arrived with 2 supervisors and a clipboard. They took my statement, inspected the truck, photographed the interior of the fairing. One of them climbed the ladder and swore under his breath when he saw the marks. They asked if I had noticed any unusual sounds during the drive. I told them the truth. Nothing distinct, just a normal rush of air over the cab, because that's what the structure does. It funnels sound away. The deflector smooths the airflow so efficiently that minor vibrations disappear into the constant roar. A person wedged in that space would be swallowed by it. I finished my paperwork in a daze. Security said they hadn't found anyone matching the description on the property yet, but they were reviewing footage from the entrance gates. Before I left the yard, I climbed the ladder one more time. I don't know why. Maybe I wanted to convince myself I hadn't imagined it. The marks were still there, faint against the dusty plastic. I reached out and traced one with my finger. The dust smeared easily, erasing the line. It felt wrong to wipe them away, so I stopped. In the days that followed, the company inspected the truck thoroughly. They found no hidden compartments, no damaged fasteners. The fairing had flexed under his weight, but hadn't cracked. They recommended installing an additional mesh barrier inside the cavity to prevent debris from lodging there in the future. Debris. I didn't argue, I kept my focus on the job. But driving changed after that. Every time I hit highway speed, I pictured the wind pressing against the cab and thought about the narrow space above me. I imagined fingers hooked over metal, muscles straining to stay flat against the roof. I replayed the route in my head, marking the bridges and overpasses we'd passed under, calculating clearance in a way I never had before. The worst part was the proximity. He hadn't been in the trailer. He hadn't been clinging to the back doors or hiding in the sleeper. He had been directly above me, separated by inches of steel and insulation, unnoticed. At night, when the road is empty and the only sound is the steady hum of tires, you start to believe you are alone in the cab, that the world outside the windshield is distant and contained. That belief is fragile. A week after the incident, I was fueling at the same station where I think he must have climbed up. I parked under the bright canopy lights and stepped out, scanning the roofline of the truck without meaning to. Nothing was there. Still, I walked a full circle around the rig before going inside. I looked up at the deflector from every angle, studying the brackets and seams. The added mesh was in place now, bolted tight across the cavity. There was no space left to hide. Back on the road, the morning light spread across the highway the way it had that day at the terminal. Traffic was light. The sky was clear. I drove with my hands steady on the wheel, eyes moving from mirrors to gauges to the road ahead. Professional focus. That's what keeps you safe out here. You monitor, you anticipate, you correct. But there are things you can't anticipate. When I pulled into the terminal at the end of that run, I didn't wait for habit to kick in. I stepped out and immediately looked up. The deflector sat clean and still against the bright sky. No shape, no movement, just smooth plastic and metal, exactly as designed. I stood there longer than necessary, listening to the engine tick as it cooled, feeling the emptiness of the space above the cab. For a moment I almost convinced myself it had been an isolated risk, a single breach of routine that had been corrected with hardware and awareness. Then I remembered the marks inside the fairing, the uneven tallies pressed into dust at highway speed, and how many of them there had been. I still don't know what he was counting. Miles, hours, near misses, or something else entirely. I was halfway across the Harrow Bridge when I first noticed the headlights pacing me. It was close to midnight, the kind of hour when the city thins out, and even a major span over black water feels private. A mist had rolled in from the bay, not thick enough to hide the guardrails, but heavy enough to soften the lights into halos. I take that route home most nights after inventorying the warehouse on Pier 6. I am paid to notice discrepancies, missing pallets, shifted labels, numbers that don't line up, and I've trained myself to pay attention to small changes. That night, the change was a car that did not belong to the present. At first, I registered it as a reflection. The bridge's steel trusses throw back strange angles of light, and the river below can mirror traffic in warped streaks, but the glow stayed level with my driver's side window, neither falling behind nor pulling ahead. I checked my mirrors. Nothing. I looked left. An old touring car moved beside me as if in a parallel lane that didn't exist. The bridge has 2 lanes in each direction and a narrow shoulder. There is no extra space for a vehicle to ride door to door unless it's crossing the center line, and this one wasn't. It occupied a strip of asphalt that simply wasn't there. The body was long and boxy, painted a dark color that swallowed the mist. Its wheels were spoked. The roof was folded back despite the cold. The headlights were round and faint compared to modern beams, like lanterns straining through fog. I remember thinking it had to be a film prop. We get location shoots sometimes, especially for period pieces, but there were no cones, no police detail, no reflective vests, just the 2 of us moving in lockstep over the water. The driver sat upright, gloved hands fixed at 10 and 2. He wore a cap pulled low and a long coat with wide lapels. A woman sat beside him in a cloche hat, her hair cut blunt at the jaw. In the back were 2 more figures, a man and a woman, both in formal evening wear. I could see the white flash of a shirt front and the gleam of beads at a throat. None of them moved. I don't mean they were calm. I mean they were still in a way that felt arranged. Their faces were angled forward, eyes open, mouth set, no blink, no shift of breath. The woman's scarf lay against her collarbone without fluttering. Though my own car rocked lightly in the crosswind, I eased off the gas to let them pass. They matched my speed exactly. I pressed down again, pushing 5 miles over the limit. The engine responded with a low hum. The touring car stayed with me, engine silent. I could not hear it over my own, not even the rattle you'd expect from something that old. The only sound was the faint hiss of my tires on damp pavement and the distant slap of water against the pilings below. I told myself it was a trick of depth. The mist can flatten distance, make a car in the far lane appear closer than it is. But there was no far lane on my left. There was only a concrete barrier and open air beyond it. The bridge lights passed over us in intervals, washing the interior of the other car in brief clarity. Each time the occupants were the same, frozen. Their skin had a pale cast, like old photographs. The driver's knuckles were prominent against the steering wheel. The backseat couple sat too straight, hands folded in their laps as if posing for a camera. I tried to catch the driver's eye. He did not look at me. Halfway across the span, there is a slight rise before the descent toward the city. As we climbed it, the wind strengthened. My car shuddered. The mist tore into ribbons. For a moment, the old vehicle seemed less solid, its edges softening as if it were being viewed through heat. Then we reached the crest. The touring car began to drift left. There is a shoulder there, barely wide enough for a stalled vehicle. Beyond that, a waist-high barrier and a drop to the river. No turnoff, no exit ramp, just open black water reflecting the city's orange glow. The old car did not signal. It did not slow. It glided toward the barrier with the same measured pace it had held beside me. I felt my hands tighten on the wheel. My first practical thought was that someone had restored a vintage car poorly, and the steering had failed. My second was that I was about to witness 4 people die. I hit my brakes. The nose of my sedan dipped. A horn blared behind me, distant and angry, but I barely registered it. My attention was fixed on the impossible angle of that antique grille approaching concrete. The touring car did not collide. It passed through the barrier as if the barrier were smoke. There was no impact, no spray of debris. The vehicle's body slid beyond the edge of the bridge and continued forward into empty space. For a fraction of a second, a single suspended image. It hung above the river, perfectly level, its occupants still upright and unblinking. Then it kept driving, not down, not falling, driving straight out over the water, its wheels turning on nothing. My breath stopped. The world narrowed to the rectangle of my windshield. The old car moved 10 yards beyond the bridge's edge, then 20. The headlights grew dimmer, swallowed by mist. The figures inside remained fixed, like mannequins set on a track, and then the entire thing thinned, as if the fog had finally claimed it. The shape dissolved into the night without a splash, without a sound, without even the courtesy of gravity. I realized I was stopped in a live lane and forced myself to move. I eased onto the shoulder, heart pounding hard enough to make my fingers tingle. Cars passed me in gusts of displaced air. I leaned forward over the steering wheel and stared at the stretch of river where the vehicle should have gone under. The water was unbroken. No ripples beyond the usual wind chop. No floating wreckage. No widening circles. I checked the time on my dashboard clock. 11:47 p.m. I sat there for a full minute, watching, expecting sirens to rise from either shore. Nothing came. Traffic flowed normally. A truck roared past, rocking my car. The bridge lights hummed overhead. Eventually, I pulled back into the lane and drove the rest of the way across. I told myself it had been a reflection from a lower service road. I told myself the mist and the lighting had created a layered illusion. By the time I reached my exit, I had built 3 separate explanations, each less convincing than the last. At home, I searched for recent accidents on the bridge. There were none reported that night. I went further back, scanning old archives. The Harrow Bridge opened in 1932. Before that, a ferry route crossed the same stretch of water. I found a small article from 1928 about a car that had rolled off a temporary wooden trestle during construction, killing 4 passengers returning from a gala downtown. The description of their attire, evening clothes, beaded dress, chauffeur's cap, matched what I had seen well enough to make my scalp prickle. I closed the laptop. Correlation is not causation. I know that. I deal in inventories, not omens. Still, the next night when I drove home, my eyes kept drifting left as I approached the midpoint of the bridge. Nothing. The lane beside me was empty. The mist was lighter. I crossed without incident and felt foolish for the tension in my shoulders. 3 nights later, it happened again. This time, I saw the headlights first in my peripheral vision. A faint amber glow where there should have been open air. I did not look immediately. I kept my gaze forward, testing the edge of my composure. The glow held steady. When I finally turned my head, the touring car was there, precisely aligned with my driver's side door. The occupants were identical. Same posture, same fixed expressions. The woman's beaded necklace caught the light in the same cold way. If they had been actors, they were disciplined beyond reason. I did not change my speed. I watched them as we climbed the rise. The driver's eyes were open, but there was no awareness in them. They were not ignoring me. They were simply not there. The backseat couple sat as if braced for a photograph that had never finished exposing. We reached the crest. I felt the moment before it happened, a pressure behind my sternum, as if the air itself anticipated the turn. The old car drifted left again. This time I did not brake. I kept pace, close enough that if the barrier had been solid for them, I would have seen metal buckle. Instead, as before, the vehicle slipped through and out over the water, maintaining its straight path into darkness. The headlights faded. The body thinned. The figures remained posed until the mist erased them. Only then did I let out the breath I had been holding. I drove home in a state I can only describe as altered. The route I had taken hundreds of times no longer felt like a simple line between 2 points. It felt layered, as if another roadway existed inches from mine, running alongside it on a schedule I could not predict. In the weeks that followed, the sightings did not occur every night. They came irregularly, without pattern tied to weather or traffic. Always near midnight, always at the midpoint, always the same car, the same 4 frozen passengers, the same impossible departure into open air. I never saw them look at me. I never heard a sound from their engine. I never saw them hit the water. I considered reporting it, but what would I say? That a car from a century ago was driving off a modern bridge and refusing to obey physics. I can imagine the careful nods, the suggestions of fatigue. I inventory goods for a living. I am not prone to fantasy. Yet the effect has been cumulative. Now when I approach the Harrow Bridge, I feel a tightening behind my eyes. My hands settle more deliberately on the wheel. I scan the left side before I reach the rise, bracing for lantern-dim headlights to bloom in the mist. On nights when they do not appear, I am relieved but not reassured. Absence does not feel like proof of anything. It feels like a pause. The worst part is not the sight itself. It is the certainty that what I am seeing does not interact with me at all. I am not a participant in their trajectory. I am an observer allowed to witness a loop that has no awareness of my presence. Last night, the mist was thick enough to blur the far shore entirely. As I neared the midpoint, the glow formed again to my left. I did not need to look to know the details. They are fixed in me now, as surely as they are fixed in that car. We climbed. We crested. The touring car veered toward the barrier and continued beyond it, wheels turning on empty space, carrying its silent passengers out over black water that would not receive them. The headlights diminished, and then were gone. I drove on. The image burned clean and sharp in my mind. I used to think of the bridge as a structure of steel and concrete, a reliable crossing suspended over something deep but ordinary. Now I understand it as a place where 2 versions of a road overlap for a few seconds each night, where a past event replays without sound or impact, indifferent to the present. Every time I cross, I watch the empty air beside me, and wait for the shape of that old car to form, knowing that even if it never does again, I will always see it there, just beyond the barrier, still driving into the dark. I woke to the feeling that something large had leaned its shoulder against my truck and given it a slow, testing shove. At first I thought it was a dream carrying over from the highway. Wind buffeting the trailer. The sway you get when a passing rig pushes a wall of air into you. But I wasn't moving. I had pulled into a gravel roadside turnout miles back, killed the engine, and crawled straight into the sleeper. No traffic, no rest area lights, just trees and a narrow strip of county road cutting through them. The kind of place you use when your logbook is out of minutes and you're too tired to care about comfort. The shove came again. The cab rocked on its suspension, a deep, rolling motion that shifted my weight against the mattress. The hangers in the small closet clinked together. Something in the cup holder rattled. I opened my eyes to blackness and the dim green glow of the dash clock. 12:17 a.m. I lay still and listened. No wind in the trees, no engines passing, no rain ticking on the roof. The night was heavy and flat, like it was pressing down on the truck instead of moving through it. Then the whole cab jolted upward a fraction of an inch and dropped, not the random shudder of a gust, not the subtle flex of settling suspension. This was coordinated, deliberate. Someone was outside. I slid off the bunk without turning on a light. That's a habit you learn early. Never announce you're awake. My boots were already on the floor where I'd left them. I eased into them, every movement slow, controlled. The truck shifted again, harder this time, as if hands were gripping the frame and trying to find leverage. A low grunt carried through the metal. Then another. More than one person. I moved forward into the driver's seat and stayed low, just enough to reach the curtain and peel it back a few inches. At first I saw only darkness and my own reflection in the glass. Then shapes separated from the black. There were people around the truck, at least 5 that I could count from that angle, maybe more beyond the beam of what little starlight filtered through the trees. They were spaced along the driver's side and near the rear wheels. Dark hoodies, jackets. One of them had both hands braced against the door under my window. The truck rocked again as they pushed in unison. They weren't random passers-by. They were working together. My mind tried to make sense of it in practical terms. Kids, drunk, trying to scare a driver for fun, but this wasn't a quick bang on the door and a sprint into the woods. They were testing the weight, feeling for the balance point. The cab leaned toward them, then rolled back. If they managed to tip it even a little, the rest of the physics would do the work. The turnout was uneven gravel. I had parked slightly off level to avoid a rut. If they got momentum on their side, they might not need much. The isolation of the spot hit me all at once. No cameras, no other trucks, no lights from houses. The nearest highway exit was miles back. I had chosen it because it was quiet. Quiet was exactly what they needed. One of them moved toward the front, peering up at the windshield. I ducked lower in the seat. My heart was beating hard enough that I could feel it in my throat, but my hands were steady. That's the thing about driving for a living. You learn to wake up fast and think in straight lines. They pushed again, harder. The suspension compressed. The cab tilted toward the driver's side so sharply that a plastic bottle rolled off the dash and hit the floor. They were trying to flip it. I didn't shout. I didn't pound on the horn. Noise without power behind it would just confirm I was trapped and reacting. Instead, I slid the key into the ignition. I waited. Another coordinated shove hit the side of the truck. I felt the tires strain against the gravel. On the next push, when their weight was committed and their balance was forward, I turned the key. The engine detonated into the silence with a violent roar. The starter engaged and the diesel caught all at once. A deep, explosive thunder that shook the entire frame. The headlights flared on full beam, cutting twin white tunnels through the trees. The effect was immediate. The figures outside froze, caught in the glare. For a split second I saw their faces. Young, pale, eyes wide. One had his hand still flat against the metal of my door. Then the air brakes released with a sharp hissing blast. That did it. They scattered. Not in a straight line. Not as a group. They broke apart and ran in different directions. Boots slipping on gravel, shoulders colliding as they tried to clear the beams of the headlights. One stumbled and nearly went down near the front bumper, before scrambling up and vanishing into the tree line. Within seconds, the turnout was empty. Only the engine's rumble remained, vibrating up through the steering column and into my arms. I kept my foot on the brake and scanned every edge of the light. The woods looked the same as they had before. Dense trunks, low brush, nothing moving. But I knew they were still out there, just beyond the reach of the beams, watching, waiting to see what I would do next. I shifted into drive and eased forward a few feet, gravel crunching loud in the stillness. I angled the truck so the headlights swept across the section of woods where most of them had disappeared. The light caught branches and leaves but no bodies. My door handle had fresh scuff marks. I could see them clearly now, pale scratches against the paint where fingers had gripped and slipped. I didn't get out. Getting out would mean stepping into their terrain. In the cab I had height, steel, horsepower. I laid on the air horn. The blast tore through the clearing, long and sustained, echoing off the trees. Birds exploded upward somewhere in the dark. The sound felt physical, like it was pushing back against the forest itself. Nothing emerged. I let the horn die and listened again. No voices, no footsteps, no laughter, just the engine idling and the faint tick of cooling metal from the exhaust stack. They had chosen the spot because it gave them time and cover. They had counted on a sleeping driver. They had counted on surprise. They hadn't counted on the truck waking up, angrier than they were. I didn't wait for them to regroup. I checked my mirrors, made sure the road was clear, and pulled out of the turnout. The tires bit into the asphalt, and I accelerated harder than I normally would with a full load behind me. As the trees slid past on either side, I kept watching the mirrors. Every shadow looked like movement. Every break in the brush made me expect someone to step out and throw something. Nothing came. The next town was small but lit. Gas station canopy glowing like a landing strip. I pulled under it and left the engine running, while I walked a slow circle around the truck. The driver's side panels had streaks of dirt where hands had pressed and dragged. The gravel near the rear tires was torn up, deep grooves where they had tried to rock the weight sideways. They had been close, closer than I wanted to calculate. Inside the cab, the air still felt charged, like the moment after lightning hits nearby. I shut the engine off only when I was under full light. Cameras pointed at every angle. Sleep didn't come back. I sat in the driver's seat and replayed the sequence in my head, looking for anything I had missed. A vehicle parked deeper in the trees. A lookout I hadn't seen. A signal that coordinated their push. It didn't matter. What mattered was how quickly a quiet place can turn into an opportunity for someone else. How isolation isn't just peaceful, it's useful to the wrong kind of group. Since that night, I don't pull into unlit turnouts anymore. If I'm forced to stop somewhere remote, I back in tight against something solid and leave myself an exit path. I keep the keys within reach. I don't let deep sleep take me all the way under, because I know what it feels like to wake up to your world tilting in the dark. Sometimes, even now, when a strong crosswind hits the side of the trailer while I'm parked, my body reacts before my mind does. My eyes snap open. My hand reaches for the key. I wait for the second shove. Most nights it's just the wind, but every time I park alone on a quiet stretch of road, I remember the way those shapes moved in the headlights, and how quickly they vanished when the engine roared to life like they were never there at all. I saw the dog just as the sky was starting to pale. When the world turns the color of old steel and everything on the highway looks half remembered, it stood in the center of my lane like it had been placed there. Black, broad-shouldered, head lowered. I had been driving all night without stopping. My eyes hot and gritty, my hands locked to the wheel so tight my knuckles ached. The road was straight for miles in both directions. There was nowhere for it to come from, nowhere for it to go. I jerked the wheel before I even felt my foot hit the brake. The trailer fishtailed first. A long, heavy sway that I felt through the seat and up my spine. The load shifted with a deep, rolling thud behind me. My coffee tipped out of the cup holder and splashed across the dash. For a second, the windshield filled with nothing but the blur of shoulder gravel and the gray smear of dawn. I remember thinking, clear as anything, that I was about to roll the whole rig because of a dog. Then the tires caught. The truck shuddered back into its lane with a violent snap, and I overcorrected, dragging us toward the median before hauling the wheel the other way. It was ugly, not the kind of maneuver you come back from clean, but somehow the trailer lined up behind me again, straight as a spine, and the engine settled into its steady roar like nothing had happened. There was no dog in the road. I checked the mirrors first. My heart was banging so hard it made the glass tremble. The shoulder behind me was empty. No dark shape scrambling away. No body lying twisted in the lane. Just empty asphalt stretching back into the fading dark. I slowed to a crawl, hazards blinking, and rolled forward another 100 yards. Before pulling onto the shoulder, the engine idled rougher than usual. Or maybe that was just the vibration in my hands. I sat there gripping the wheel and staring at the strip of highway ahead. Flat, empty, pale light creeping over it inch by inch. I have been driving long haul for 12 years. I pride myself on my work ethic. I take the loads other drivers pass up. I stack runs tight and squeeze sleep into whatever gaps I can find. Dispatch likes me because I do not complain. I tell myself I am built for it, that I can push longer than most, that I do not need the soft rules other drivers cling to. But that week I had crossed 3 states on broken sleep, 2 hours in a rest area with trucks idling on either side of me, 90 minutes in a dirt lot behind a closed gas station, another 2 in the cab with the engine off because I did not want to burn fuel. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the next delivery window counting down in red numbers. The black dog is something you hear about when you start out. Old-timers talk about it in low voices at truck stops, between jokes and complaints about fuel prices. A big black dog that appears in the road when you have been driving too long. If you see it, they say, you are already past your limit. Some call it a warning. Some call it an omen. I have always rolled my eyes at that kind of thing. I stepped out of the cab onto the shoulder. The air was cold and thin, carrying that early morning stillness that makes even distant traffic sound muted. My legs felt hollow. The world tilted slightly when I moved too fast. I walked back along the trailer, scanning the road surface. There were fresh tire marks where I had swerved, dark arcs cutting across the lane. Gravel had sprayed up onto the asphalt in a messy fan. But there were no paw prints, no blood, no fur, nothing. I stood there longer than I should have, staring at the exact spot where I was certain the dog had been. I could still see it in my head, the way its coat swallowed the light, the way its eyes seemed level with my windshield, even though that made no sense. It had not been running. It had not been startled. It had simply been there. A car passed in the far lane, the driver glancing over at me with mild curiosity. I must have looked like a man who had made a mistake. I climbed back into the cab and shut the door. The inside smelled like stale coffee and sweat. My reflection in the dark screen of the GPS looked older than I remembered. There were crescents under my eyes so deep they looked bruised. On the passenger seat was a printed safety sheet from our last company meeting, folded in half and shoved under a clipboard. I had not paid much attention when they handed it out. Something about physiological limits, reaction times, microsleeps, the brain filling in gaps when it is starved of rest. I had signed the acknowledgement line and gone back to checking my route. I picked it up and smoothed it out on my lap. There was a section about visual hallucinations in sleep-deprived drivers. It described them as brief, vivid projections. The mind misinterpreting shadows, signs, debris. In extreme cases, it said, the brain can generate fully formed images and place them convincingly in the environment. The driver reacts before conscious thought has a chance to intervene. My stomach turned cold. I tried to replay the moment in my head, but it would not line up cleanly. The road had been empty for miles. The fields on either side were flat and harvested. Nothing tall enough to hide an animal that size. There had been no movement leading up to it, no shape emerging from the ditch. It had just appeared in the center of my lane, complete and solid, and I had believed it. I looked at the clock on the dash. I had been awake for almost 20 hours. Longer, if I counted the broken sleep that did not feel like sleep at all. As I sat there, something strange happened. The edge of the steering wheel seemed to ripple for a second, like heat distortion over asphalt. I blinked hard and it snapped back into focus. My heart kicked again. That was when the fear shifted. It was no longer about the dog. It was about my own mind. I imagined what would have happened if there had been a car beside me when I swerved, or if the trailer had tipped just a few degrees farther. 40,000 pounds of freight rolling across 2 lanes at dawn. I pictured the headlines, the interviews with neighbors, the careful phrases about a hard-working man who pushed himself too far. I pressed my palms against my eyes until I saw sparks. When I lowered my hands, the world looked steadier. The highway was still empty. The sky had brightened to a washed-out blue. Birds were lifting from the fields in small, ordinary flutters. No omens, no supernatural warnings, just a brain that had reached its limit and decided to paint something into the road. I put the truck in gear and eased back onto the highway, but I did not accelerate past 50. Every shadow on the shoulder made my pulse spike. Every scrap of blown tire tread looked for a split second alive. I forced myself to narrate what I was seeing, in simple terms: asphalt, reflector post, fence line, exit sign. 10 miles up the road there was a rest area. I usually ignored because it cost me time. I had skipped it dozens of times, telling myself I would stop at the next one. That morning I took the exit. The parking lot was half full of other rigs, their engines humming in low unison. I backed into a space slowly, carefully, as if I were maneuvering through fog. When I set the brake, the sudden quiet felt unnatural. I sat there for a minute with my hands resting open on my thighs. They were still trembling, but less than before. No one came to check on me. No one asked why I had pulled in so early. The world did not mark the moment in any visible way. It was just another truck stopping at dawn. Inside the cab, I pulled the curtains halfway and turned off my phone. I sent dispatch a short message saying I was taking my mandatory rest early. I did not mention the dog. I did not trust the words yet. As I stretched out in the narrow bunk, the image tried to come back to me. Black fur, low head, eyes fixed on mine, but it was already losing its edges, dissolving into something less defined. A trick of light, a projection. I thought about the way I had always measured myself by how long I could stay awake, how many miles I could stack before my body protested. I had treated sleep like a weakness, something to shave down and ignore. The truth was simpler and less dramatic than any story about omens. My brain had run out of fuel. It had misfired. It had placed a shape in the road because it did not have the clarity to process empty space. That was enough to almost kill me. I set an alarm for 8 hours, not 2, not 3, 8. My eyes closed almost immediately, as if they had been waiting for permission. The last thing I remember before sleep took me was the steady line of trucks outside my window, parked in neat rows under the rising sun, real and unmoving exactly where they should be. I saw her too late to pretend I hadn't. The road cut through a stretch of state forest that never seemed to end, a narrow 2-lane strip with no shoulder and no cell service. My headlights tunneled through the dark, catching bark and brush in quick flashes. I was thinking about getting home before midnight, about the leftover lasagna in my fridge, when a pale shape appeared in the center of my lane. I braked hard enough to feel the truck fishtail before the tires caught. The shape didn't move. At first I thought it was a deer standing on its hind legs, some strange angle of light and shadow. Then the beams settled, and I saw a woman in a light dress, barefoot, hair hanging forward to hide her face. She stood perfectly still in the middle of the asphalt. No houses for miles, no other cars, just woods and the long stretch of road behind me. I've always been the kind of person who stops. My father raised me that way. You see someone in trouble, you don't keep driving. You don't assume someone else will handle it. That instinct has cost me time, money, and more than one missed appointment. But it's never felt optional. I shifted into park and hit the hazard lights. The blinking orange reflections washed over her white dress. She didn't react. For a second, I considered honking. The silence out there felt thick, like it would swallow the sound. I opened the door instead. The night air was colder than I expected. Damp. It smelled like wet leaves and engine heat. I stepped down onto the pavement and called out to her, asking if she was okay. My voice sounded small in the open dark. She didn't answer. She didn't sway or shiver. She didn't even breathe, as far as I could tell. I took a few cautious steps forward, keeping my truck at my back, engine running. The headlights threw my shadow long and thin past her feet. The closer I got, the more wrong something felt. Not frightening at first, just wrong. Her arms hung straight at her sides. Too straight. Another step. I was close enough to see the fabric of the dress. It was thin cotton, the kind you'd buy off a clearance rack in late summer. It stirred slightly in the draft from my truck's fan belt, but her hair didn't move at all. I stopped an arm's length away. Her face was smooth, not still, smooth. The skin had a shine to it that no human skin has. The eyes were open but dull, painted irises fixed slightly off-center. One lash was bent inward, glued wrong. The woman standing in the middle of that rural road was a mannequin. A department store mannequin dressed in second-hand clothes and propped upright on a metal rod hammered into a crack in the asphalt. For half a second, my brain refused to process it. I remember staring at the seam line along the neck where the head met the torso. I remember noticing a scuff mark near the collarbone. My mind tried to make it make sense. Maybe some kids had dragged it out here as a prank. Then I heard footsteps in the gravel, not from in front of me, from behind. They came fast and uneven, from both sides of the road at once, like something breaking out of the trees. I turned my head just in time to see movement in the dark beyond my headlights. 2 shapes. No, 3. Masks. Dark hoodies. Faces covered. They moved low and quick, splitting toward the driver and passenger sides of my truck. It clicked all at once. The mannequin. The empty road. My hazard lights flashing like a beacon announcing I had stopped. They hadn't needed a real person in distress. They just needed someone like me. One of them reached the driver's door. I was still standing 5 feet from the front bumper. He yanked on the handle. Locked. I always lock my doors when I drive. A habit. One I'd never thought much about. Another one slammed into the passenger side, rattling the handle hard enough to shake the truck. The third circled wide, staying near the edge of the trees. Watching. I moved without thinking. I lunged forward, grabbed the mannequin by the shoulder, and shoved it aside. It toppled stiffly, the metal rod scraping against the pavement. The sound was sharp and ugly. The man at my driver's door realized I wasn't inside. His head snapped toward me. Even in the dim light, I could see the eye holes in the mask fix on my face. He left the door and came straight at me. I ran, not into the woods, into the truck. I cut across in front of the hood, boots slipping slightly on the damp asphalt, and reached the driver's side just as he closed the distance. I yanked the door open, dove in, and slammed it shut behind me. His hand hit the window an instant later, hard. The glass shuttered but didn't break. I hit the lock again out of reflex, threw the truck into drive, and floored the gas. The engine roared, the tires squealed and caught. The man stumbled back, losing his footing as the truck lurched forward. One of them tried the passenger door again as I sped past. He managed to grip the handle for a fraction of a second before the momentum tore him away. In the rearview mirror, I saw him fall hard onto the shoulder. The third figure stood in the road for a moment, framed in my taillights, then dragged the mannequin off to the side with quick, angry movements. I didn't slow down. The trees blurred into a black wall on either side. My hands shook on the steering wheel so badly, I had to clamp them down to keep straight. I kept expecting headlights behind me, an engine gaining on mine. Nothing came. I drove 10 miles before I saw another car. I didn't stop then either. I didn't stop until I hit the edge of town, where streetlights replaced darkness and gas stations glowed at the corners. I pulled into a convenience store parking lot and just sat there, engine idling, chest heaving. The hazard lights were still blinking. I turned them off and watched the reflection fade from the storefront windows. I called the police from inside the store. My voice sounded steadier than I felt. I told them exactly what had happened. The mannequin, the masked individuals, the attempt to get into my truck. They asked for mile markers and cross streets that didn't exist out there. I did my best. An officer met me at the edge of town to take a statement in person. He listened without interrupting, wrote everything down and nodded in a way that told me this wasn't new to him. He said they'd had similar reports. Not many. Enough. A decoy in the road. Exploits the social contract. You stop because you're supposed to. You step out because that's what decent people do. For those few seconds, you're stationary and exposed. He didn't say it like a lecture, just a fact. I drove home after that, taking the highway instead of the wooded route. It added 20 minutes. I didn't care. For weeks, I replayed it every time I closed my eyes. The shine of the mannequin's skin, the way the footsteps erupted from the dark, the dull thud of a hand against my window. I kept thinking about what would have happened if I'd left the doors unlocked, if I'd walked a few steps farther from the truck, if I'd leaned in close trying to see her face and not heard the gravel shift behind me. I went back during daylight once, out of a need I can't fully explain. I parked at the edge of the forest road and walked a short stretch on foot. The asphalt looked ordinary. No metal rod, no scraps of fabric, no sign that anything had happened there at all. Just trees. Just quiet. I filed a written report later attached to the original statement, wanting everything documented in case someone else wasn't as lucky. I saved a copy for myself with the reference. Because I didn't trust my memory to hold every detail, I still stop for people. That part of me didn't change, but I stop differently now. If I see someone in the road at night, I stay in the truck. I keep the engine running. I call for help before I open a door. Sometimes, driving home after dark, I catch shapes at the edge of my headlights that make my pulse jump. A mailbox, a broken branch, a plastic bag caught on a fence post, and once in a while, on that same stretch of forest road, I think about a pale figure standing perfectly still in the center of the asphalt, waiting for someone like me to care enough to stop. I first noticed the high beams in my side mirror just past midnight, when the highway thinned into that long, empty stretch between Millhaven and the state line. The road was dry, the sky clear, and the air sharp enough that I'd crack the window to stay alert. I remember thinking the lights were too bright for how far back the car was, twin white points trembling in the glass as if they were angry about the distance between us. I drive a Freightliner for a regional supplier, mostly overnight routes. Defensive driving isn't just a line on a certificate for me, it's the reason I've kept my record clean for 11 years. I don't speed, I don't tailgate, I leave space. I assume the other driver is about to make the worst possible choice and I prepare for it. That mindset has kept me alive in snow squalls and summer downpours, through blown tires and deer crossings. That night there was no weather to blame and no traffic to complicate things. Just two vehicles on a desolate highway. The car behind me closed the gap within minutes. I could tell by the way the glare spread across my mirrors and washed out the reflective tape on my trailer doors. High beams, steady and deliberate. I adjusted my mirrors downward to cut the glare, and eased slightly to the right side of the lane to signal that I was aware of them. There was a passing lane up ahead, a straight mile with clear visibility. If they wanted around me, they'd have their chance. They didn't take it. Instead, they tucked in closer. I checked my speed. 58, steady, under the limit for trucks on that stretch. No brake taps, no swerving, nothing that would justify agitation. The engine hummed at a constant pitch, tires whispering over asphalt seams. My immediate goal was simple: maintain predictability. Predictable drivers don't escalate situations. The car drifted left, halfway into the passing lane, then fell back in behind me. A feint. I've seen that before. Drivers testing for a reaction. I gave them none. We stayed like that for several miles. Empty exits slipped by, their green signs flashing briefly in my headlights before dissolving into dark. The landscape out there is mostly scrub and low fencing, broken occasionally by the red blink of a distant radio tower. No houses close enough to see from the road. No gas stations open at that hour. The high beams never dimmed. After 10 miles, the car surged forward and darted into the passing lane. I expected them to accelerate past me. Instead, they matched my speed right at my rear quarter, hovering in the blind spot near my trailer wheels. That's a dangerous place to sit. I adjusted slightly within my lane to give them visual confirmation that I knew they were there. They dropped back again. My pulse ticked up, but my hand stayed steady on the wheel. Defensive driving isn't about winning. It's about surviving someone else's mistake. I kept a wide following distance from the empty road ahead anyway, giving myself maximum braking room in case they tried something reckless. The first real sign of intent came without warning. The car lunged forward, cutting sharply in front of my cab and slamming its brakes. I was ready for that possibility. I'd already eased off the throttle the second I saw their front end dip toward my lane. I applied firm, controlled pressure to the brakes, not a stomp, and felt the trailer tug but stay aligned. The load was balanced. I'd checked it myself before leaving the warehouse. The anti-lock system chattered briefly, then steadied. The car shot forward again before I fully decelerated. As if disappointed I hadn't panicked. That was when I accepted. This wasn't impatience. It was aggression. I put more space between us, dropping my speed by 5 miles per hour. If they wanted to be in front, I would let them. They slowed too, hovering just ahead of my grill, brake lights flickering at random intervals. A game I refused to play. After a minute, they veered to the shoulder, letting me pass. I didn't hesitate. I maintained my lane in steady speed as I overtook them. As soon as my trailer cleared their hood, they accelerated hard and slid back behind me, this time closer than before. I glanced at the clock on the dash. 12:47 a.m. The next populated area with reliable lighting was Brookdale, about 25 miles ahead. A cluster of truck stops, a hospital, a 24-hour grocery. If I could keep things stable until then, I'd have options. The car began to drift toward my left rear corner again. Then, without signaling, it swerved into my lane and nudged toward the side of my trailer. A nudge is the only word I can use. They didn't make contact, but they moved close enough that I could see the hood dip and the headlights angle upward as if the driver were leaning in, testing the edge. I held my line. Large trucks have a presence on the road. We don't stop quickly, but we also don't get pushed easily. My vehicle weighed several tons empty, more with the freight. I understood its dimensions better than I understood most people. If they wanted to intimidate me with proximity, I would respond with controlled positioning. The car dropped back, then tried the right side. Same move. Slide up, drift inward, threaten the trailer's wheels. That's when they escalated. They accelerated hard, pulled alongside my cab, and began edging toward me, compressing the space between us. There was no shoulder on my right at that stretch, just a shallow gravel strip and then a slope down into brush. I eased left within my lane, giving myself inches. They kept pressing. The physics were simple. A sedan against a loaded truck is a mismatch. But if they clipped my front tire at the right angle, they could destabilize me. I couldn't let them get that leverage. I increased speed slightly, not to race but to shift our relative positions. My goal was to move my front bumper ahead of their hood, so that if they continued drifting, they'd be pushing against my midsection, not my steering axle. They matched me. The highway ahead curved gently to the right. I knew that curve. It tightened near the midpoint, and the shoulder narrowed. If they forced me outward there, the risk increased. As we approached it, the car surged again and swerved sharply toward my cab. I reacted immediately. Firm hands, steady pressure, no jerk. I held my lane and allowed the bulk of my truck to assert its space. The horn blasted once, long and low, vibrating through my chest. The car wobbled, but didn't back off. For a second, our vehicles were nearly touching. I could see the driver's silhouette, rigid behind the wheel. The shoulder vanished, and all I had was the white line and open dark beyond it. I chose my ground. Instead of yielding right, I maintained center, and let the mass of my truck become a wall. I didn't drift into their lane. I simply refused to surrender mine. The sedan's left tires kissed the lane marker on its side. They had room to move left. I didn't have room to move right. They fell back abruptly, either realizing the risk or losing nerve. My heart hammered so hard I could feel it in my throat, but my breathing stayed controlled. Inhale, exhale, hands at 10 and 2, eyes scanning. The car returned to my rear, high beams flaring again. For the next 15 miles, they alternated between tailgating and darting forward to brake check me. Each time I responded the same way, gradual deceleration, widened following distance, no sudden swerves. I kept my speed consistent enough that law enforcement wouldn't mistake the situation if I reached them. I considered calling 911, but cell reception along that stretch is unreliable. Instead, I focused on the plan. Get to Brookdale, get under lights, cameras, witnesses. At one point, the car attempted to pass on the right shoulder, spraying gravel against my trailer. I adjusted slightly right to narrow the gap, not enough to leave my lane, but enough that the shoulder became less inviting. They abandoned the attempt and swung back behind me. The aggression felt personal, though I knew it probably wasn't. Road rage doesn't need a reason. Sometimes your existence in someone's path is enough. The first sign for Brookdale appeared like a promise. 12 miles. I resisted the urge to speed. Speed reduces options. Instead, I maintained a steady 60 and signaled early for the exit ramp long before I reached it. Predictability. Even now, the car stayed tight behind me as I decelerated onto the ramp. Exit ramps are dangerous choke points. Barriers on both sides. Limited maneuverability. I positioned my truck in the center of the lane, leaving no invitation for them to slip alongside. They followed. At the bottom of the ramp, the road widened into 3 lanes beneath bright sodium lights. A truck stop sat immediately to the right, its lot half full even at that hour. I steered deliberately toward it. The car accelerated as if to pass me before I could turn in. I adjusted slightly left within my lane, using the length of my trailer to block the angle. Not aggressive, just present. The entrance to the truck stop is broad, but requires commitment. You can't dart in without space. I took that space the moment my front wheels crossed into the lot. I swung wide, occupying both entry lanes for a second longer than usual. The sedan had to brake hard to avoid clipping my trailer. Horns sounded from somewhere in the lot, sharp and alert, under the floodlights with other drivers watching. The car hesitated. I rolled forward toward the fuel bays, slowing but not stopping until I was surrounded by other trucks. I parked near the center, boxed in by sheer size. Engines idled around me. A security camera blinked red above the pumps. The sedan idled at the edge of the lot for a few seconds, high beams still on. Then they turned them off. They circled once, slow, as if reconsidering. I stayed inside my cab, doors locked, phone in hand now with full signal bars. The car exited the lot without another move. I didn't chase. I didn't step out to confront them. I called the local non-emergency line and reported the vehicle description, the license plate I'd managed to memorize in fragments, and the sequence of events. The dispatcher told me officers would patrol the area. I waited until a cruiser rolled through the lot before I felt my shoulders drop. Later, when I wrote the incident report for my company, I saved a copy in my personal folder, tagged with a reference label that looked oddly official on my screen, as if the night needed documentation beyond memory. I kept it not because I expected justice, but because I wanted a record of how close things can come without ever touching. I finished my route 2 hours behind schedule. Dawn found me backing into a loading dock with hands that were steady again. In daylight, the highway would look ordinary. The curve where the shoulder narrows would seem harmless. The exit ramp would feel wide, but I know how thin the margin was out there. How a pair of headlights can turn empty asphalt into a corridor with no room to breathe. I know the weight of a truck can be more than freight. It can be a shield if you understand it well enough. When I think about that stretch of road now, I don't remember anger. I remember the glare in my mirrors and the steady hum of my engine holding its ground against someone who wanted me gone. I remember choosing not to yield the line that kept me upright and alive, and driving toward the lights until the dark finally fell away. I remember the way the fog pressed against my windshield that night, thick as breath on glass, turning the mountain pass into a tunnel with no walls. My headlights made 2 pale cones that dissolved a few yards ahead of the hood, and everything beyond that might as well have not existed. I had the radio off, window cracked for air, engine humming steady under my boots. I prefer driving alone at night, No schedules, no chatter, just the road and the sense that I'm moving through something untouched. The pass was nearly empty. It usually is after 10. Truckers take the lower highway when they can, and tourists don't know the cut-through well enough to trust it in bad weather. I use it because it shaves 40 minutes off the route and because I've never minded the isolation. Solitude suits me. I've been driving deliveries and private fares for years, and the less I have to say to anyone, the better the night goes. The fog thickened as I climbed. It flowed over the road in slow folds, curling around the guardrails and drifting through the beams of my lights like smoke underwater. My speed stayed steady. I know every bend of that pass, every shallow dip and blind curve. About halfway up, just before the long switchback, I saw a shape on the shoulder. At first, I thought it was a reflector post warped by the mist. Then it moved. A person stood near the edge of the asphalt, close enough to the drop that one misstep would send them down into the ravine. They didn't wave. They didn't step forward. They just stood there, angled toward the road. I slowed without thinking. Habit. You see someone alone up here at night. You stop. Could be a breakdown. Could be someone who underestimated the weather. I eased the cab to the shoulder and rolled to a stop a few yards ahead of them. The fog swallowed my brake lights almost instantly. The hitchhiker walked forward and opened the passenger door. That's what unsettled me first. I hadn't unlocked it yet. I keep the doors locked as a rule. Years of driving at odd hours make that second nature. But the handle lifted, the latch clicked, and the passenger door opened with a smooth, ordinary motion. The interior light flicked on, pale and weak. The hitchhiker climbed in and shut the door carefully behind them. I told myself I must have hit the unlock button. Without realizing, it happens. Muscle memory. They settled into the seat and faced forward. I pulled back onto the road. For a few seconds, I focused on the curve ahead. Hands steady on the wheel. The engine sounded louder with the extra weight in the cab. I waited for them to say something where they were headed, whether they needed a ride to the next town, but the silence stretched. I glanced sideways. The hitchhiker looked to be in their late 20s or early 30s. Dark jacket, hair flattened by the damp. Their hands rested loosely on their thighs. No backpack, no phone visible. Their face was pale in the glow of the dashboard, features softened by the shifting fog outside. Their eyes were open and fixed straight ahead. "Where are you headed?" I asked. No answer. Maybe they hadn't heard me over the engine. I cleared my throat and tried again, keeping my voice level. "You need a lift down the pass?" Nothing. They didn't turn their head, didn't blink as far as I could tell, just stared at the road unraveling in the headlights. A prickling sensation crept up my neck. I told myself they were in shock. Maybe they'd been walking for hours. Maybe their car was wrecked somewhere back in the fog. People react strangely to stress. I've seen it before. I adjusted the heater slightly. "There's a gas station about 15 miles down. We can stop there." Still nothing. The fog thinned for a moment as we reached a straighter stretch. I checked the rearview mirror out of habit. The back seat was empty, as always. When I looked back at the passenger, their posture hadn't changed. The stillness was what bothered me most. Even the quietest riders shift now and then. They breathe differently. They look around. This one seemed fixed in place, like something set there. We drove another mile that way. I became aware of the sound of their breathing, or rather, the lack of it. The cab was small. I'm used to sensing another person's presence through the smallest cues. The rustle of fabric, a sigh, the subtle movement of air, but the only sound was the engine, and the soft hiss of the heater. I told myself not to be ridiculous. The road demanded attention. The next section narrowed, guardrail on one side, rock wall on the other. The fog rolled in again, thicker than before, reducing the world to a gray corridor. Halfway through that stretch, I felt it, a shift in the air pressure inside the cab, like when a window is cracked open and then sealed. My ears popped faintly. The temperature seemed to drop by a degree or two. I kept my eyes on the road. "You okay over there?" Silence. I forced myself to glance right. The seat was empty. For a second, my mind refused to accept what I was seeing. The passenger door was closed. The handle was flush. The lock indicator showed red. The seatbelt hung untouched against the pillar. The upholstery bore the slight indentation of recent weight, but there was no one sitting there. I hit the brakes harder than I should have on that incline. The tires skidded briefly before gripping again. The cab shuddered to a stop in the middle of the narrow stretch. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my throat. I stared at the passenger seat, waiting for something to resolve, for the fog to clear from my vision, for the shape of a person to reappear. Nothing did. I leaned across and pressed the door handle from the inside. It resisted for a fraction of a second before opening. Cold, wet air flooded in. Fog poured into the cab, swirling around my legs. I stepped out onto the asphalt. The night was silent, except for the idling engine. I moved to the passenger side and looked around. The shoulder dropped away steeply beyond the guardrail. No footprints marked the damp gravel. No shape moved in the fog. The road behind me was empty. The stretch ahead disappeared into gray. If they had opened the door and jumped, I would have heard it. I would have felt the shift of weight. The door would have swung, even slightly. I had been watching the road, yes, but not so lost that I would miss someone scrambling out of a moving vehicle, and the door had been locked. I walked around to the back of the cab, half expecting to find them crouched there, some kind of prank. The bed was empty. The tailgate latched. A horn sounded in the distance, low and brief, somewhere far down the pass. The fog swallowed it almost immediately. I realized I was standing in the middle of the road on a blind curve. I got back into the driver's seat and shut the door firmly. My hand shook as I put the truck in gear. The passenger seat remained empty. I drove the remaining miles down the pass in a kind of tight, narrowed focus. I kept checking the seat every few seconds, as if the hitchhiker might reappear without warning. The lock indicator stayed red. The door handle didn't move. The seatbelt swayed slightly with the motion of the truck. By the time I reached the gas station at the base of the mountain, my shirt clung damply to my back. The station was nearly deserted. One car at the far pump. Fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. I pulled into a space near the entrance and cut the engine. The sudden silence felt heavier than the fog had. I sat there for a moment, staring at the passenger seat. That's when I saw it. On the fabric near the center where their hands would have rested lay a small object I hadn't noticed before. It was dark against the gray upholstery. I leaned over and picked it up. It was a wallet. Worn leather. Edges frayed. Surface cracked from age. It felt dry, not damp from the fog, not cold from the night air, just ordinary. I turned it over in my hands, half expecting it to dissolve or vanish the way its owner had. It didn't. I opened it. Inside were a few folded bills, older designs, the paper slightly yellowed, and a driver's license tucked into the clear sleeve. The plastic was scratched but intact. The face on the license matched the hitchhiker's. Same pale features, same dark hair. The eyes, though, looked different in the photograph, more alive. I looked at the date of birth first, then at the issue date. The license had been issued nearly 30 years ago. The expiration date was 25 years past. I checked the name. It meant nothing to me. My first thought was that it had to be a fake, some elaborate setup. But the license bore the state seal, the holographic strip. The address listed was in a small town not far from the base of the pass. I stepped out of the truck again, wallet in hand, and looked back toward the mountain. The fog still draped the upper slopes, obscuring the road where I had stopped. From down here it looked almost peaceful. No sign that anything unusual had happened up there. I went inside the gas station and asked the clerk if there had been any accidents on the pass recently. He frowned and said not that he'd heard of. The road was bad in winter, but this time of year it was mostly quiet. I didn't mention the hitchhiker. I'm not sure why. Maybe I didn't want to hear myself say it out loud. Back in the cab, I studied the license again. The address listed was only a few miles from where I sat. Without fully deciding to, I started the engine and drove toward it. The house turned out to be a small single-story place set back from the road, paint faded, porch light off. A pickup truck sat in the driveway, older model, rust along the wheel wells. One window glowed faintly from inside. I parked at the curb and sat there with the wallet in my hand, weighing what to do. Finally, I got out and walked up the short path to the door. The air felt clearer down here, the fog left behind on the mountain. I knocked. After a moment, the door opened a few inches. An older woman looked out, her face lined and tired. She studied me with cautious eyes. I held up the wallet and explained that I'd found it on the road up the pass. Her gaze dropped to the leather in my hand. The color drained from her face. She opened the door wider but didn't invite me in. Her eyes lingered on the wallet as if it might bite. "That was my son's," she said quietly. I waited. "He used to drive that road at night. Said he liked the quiet." Her voice thinned. "There was an accident. Years ago. They said he must have lost control in the fog. The truck went over the side. They never found his wallet." The words seemed to land somewhere outside my body. I felt detached from them, as if I were listening to someone else's story. I handed her the wallet. She took it with both hands, almost reverently. "He was coming home," she added, more to herself than to me. I walked back to my truck without saying much else. The engine started on the first turn. I sat there a long time, staring at the steering wheel, trying to piece together something logical. A dropped wallet from an old accident somehow preserved, a face that resembled the photo by coincidence. My mind reached for explanations, and found none that fit cleanly. Eventually I drove home. Since that night, I haven't taken the mountain pass after dark. I tell clients it's because of the fog, because the lower highway is safer. That's true, in a way, but sometimes when I'm alone in the cab and the road stretches empty ahead of me, I feel a subtle shift in the air pressure beside me. The faint impression of weight on the passenger seat. I keep the doors locked. I check them twice, and every so often in the corner of my eye, I see a pale face staring straight ahead through the windshield, as if the ride never really ended. I was halfway through the rural stretch on County Road 18 when the call came in, and I remember noticing how the fog sat low over the soybean fields like a spill no one had cleaned up. It was close to midnight, the hour when even the radio traffic thins out, and the only company you have is the engine and your own breathing. I had a sealed trailer behind me and a delivery window I was on track to meet. The road ahead was empty, reflective markers ticking by in steady intervals. Everything exactly as it should have been. My phone lit up on the dash mount. With our dispatch number, I don't answer unknown calls while driving, and I don't ignore dispatch. That's the rule. I tapped my headset and accepted. The man on the line identified himself as Central Dispatch and used my employee ID before I could give it. He referenced my load number and the last way station I'd cleared. His tone was brisk, irritated in that familiar way that suggested I was already behind on something I hadn't been told about. He said there'd been a rollover ahead, a tanker blocking both lanes near mile marker 42. He told me to take an immediate detour onto Granger Road, then follow the posted construction bypass over the new river bridge. There was a new bridge out there. It had been under construction for months, replacing the old iron span that rattled when you crossed it. The company bulletin about alternate routing during the final phase had come through our portal with a digital footer that looked just like the one on every official memo. I had read it during pre-trip planning earlier that week. According to the schedule, the bridge wasn't open yet, but emergency vehicles could be routed through the graded approach if necessary. I asked for confirmation of the detour code. He gave it without hesitation. That was what moved me. We use internal codes when there's a sudden reroute tied to an incident. It prevents random callers from steering drivers off course. He had the right one. He also knew my supervisor's name and mentioned that the delay would be logged as weather-related to protect my on-time record. It was the kind of detail only someone inside the system would bother with. Professionalism is mostly repetition. You follow the steps the same way every time, so you don't have to rely on instinct. I signed the bills, inspect the seals, log the mileage, verify the route. I did what protocol allowed, acknowledged the instruction, repeated the detour back to him, and signaled for the upcoming right turn onto Granger. Granger Road was narrower and darker than the highway, a 2-lane strip of patched asphalt that cut between harvested fields and a line of skeletal trees along the riverbank. There were no streetlights. My headlights tunneled forward, catching the occasional reflective sign. The fog thickened as I descended toward the water. I expected to see flashing lights in the distance from the supposed rollover. I saw nothing behind me and nothing ahead. About 3 miles in, I felt the first stir of unease. Not panic, just a professional irritation. If there had been a tanker accident, State Patrol would have blocked access points. There would have been hazard signage at the highway turnoff. I hadn't passed any. I toggled my radio to the state traffic band. Static. I considered calling dispatch back, but we're trained not to flood the line during active incidents unless we have new information. I told myself they were busy coordinating emergency response. The detour sign appeared on the right shoulder, an orange diamond with black lettering, bridge access. An arrow pointed down a gravel approach that sloped toward the unfinished span. The main road continued straight, but the sign was positioned convincingly, as if this had been planned. I slowed and turned onto the gravel. The tires crunched loudly in the quiet, and dust rose in pale clouds behind me. Ahead, the skeleton of the new bridge cut across the river like a dark rib cage. Only one lane had been poured. The opposite side was still framed in rebar and temporary barriers. Construction cones lined the approach, but no machinery was visible. No workers. No floodlights. Halfway down the graded path, I saw a sedan stop broadside near the start of the concrete deck. It was angled just enough to block the lane. My first thought was mechanical trouble. My second was that this might be related to the supposed accident. I braked to a stop about 30 yards back, leaving space to maneuver. The sedan's headlights were off. Its interior was dark. I could see 2 silhouettes in the front seats, unmoving. I kept my engine running. I reached for my phone and called dispatch directly through the saved contact. Not by redialing the incoming number. A different voice answered. I gave my name, my ID, my current location. I asked for confirmation of the tanker rollover near mile marker 42 and the detour order through the Granger Bridge construction. There was a pause long enough for me to hear keyboard tapping. Then the dispatcher told me there was no reported accident on my route. No detour had been issued. My truck was showing on GPS as having deviated from the assigned highway. She asked who had authorized the change. I told her the name the caller had given. She said no one by that name worked in Central Dispatch. The blood in my arms felt suddenly heavy. I asked her to check the call log on their end. She said they had not initiated any outbound calls to my number in the past hour. The sedan's driver door opened. A man stepped out, his shape backlit faintly by my headlights. He didn't wave. He didn't approach in a way that suggested he needed help. He stood with his hands in his jacket pockets and looked directly at my cab. Dispatch was still on the line, asking me to confirm my surroundings. I told her I was at the unfinished bridge access and that a vehicle was blocking the lane. I kept my voice level. I asked her to verify whether any construction crews were scheduled at this hour. She said no. The site was closed overnight. She told me the earlier call had likely been a spoofed number and that I needed to leave immediately. The second man got out of the sedan. They separated slightly, one drifting toward the passenger side of my truck, the other remaining near the sedan. Their movements were unhurried, deliberate, not the movements of stranded motorists. My headlights illuminated the concrete barrier edges and the drop to the river below. There was no guardrail yet on the unfinished side. If I tried to push past the sedan, I'd risk sliding into the gap. I checked my mirrors. The gravel approach behind me was narrow but straight for about 50 yards before it curved back to Granger Road. I told dispatch I was executing a controlled reverse. She instructed me to keep the line open. The man near the passenger side began walking closer. I could see his face now, expression flat, eyes reflecting the light. He raised one hand, palm outward, A gesture that could have meant stop or wait. I didn't roll down the window. I released the brake and eased into reverse. A fully loaded trailer does not like sudden decisions. It responds to small, steady inputs. I kept my hands calm on the wheel, eyes moving between the side mirrors. The tires crunched again, louder in reverse, and the backup alarm beeped into the open night. The man near my passenger door quickened his pace. I increased the throttle slightly. The truck moved faster, still controlled but no longer hesitant. He broke into a run. I saw his hand come out of his jacket pocket. I didn't see a weapon, but I didn't need to. The situation had already defined itself. Dispatch was asking if I felt threatened. I said yes. The sedan's headlights flicked on suddenly, flooding the gravel with white light. For a split second I thought they might try to follow, to block the exit. Instead, the car rolled forward just enough to clear the bridge deck and then stopped again, as if reconsidering. I kept reversing. The curve in the gravel approached. I slowed slightly to avoid jackknifing, corrected the trailer angle, then straightened out. The men were no longer in my direct line of sight. My mirrors showed only dust and the faint glow of the sedan's lights in the distance. When my rear tires hit the edge of Granger Road, I shifted into drive without coming to a full stop and accelerated back toward the highway. Only then did I realize how tightly I had been gripping the wheel. Dispatch instructed me to return to the main route and said local deputies were being notified to check the bridge site. She confirmed again that no authorized detour had been issued and that the earlier caller ID had been spoofed to mirror their number. She told me the internal detour code I'd been given was valid, but had been used earlier that week during a training scenario. Information likely accessed from compromised records. That detail settled into me with a different kind of weight. Someone had studied our procedures. They knew we relied on codes. They knew drivers were conditioned to comply with dispatch over personal instinct. They understood that professionalism can be used as a lever. By the time I reached the highway again, the fog had thinned. There were no flashing lights near mile marker 42. Traffic flowed normally. My route was clear. I completed the delivery an hour late. The delay properly logged after I provided a statement to both company security and state patrol. They took down every detail: the voice description, the phrasing, the sedan's color and approximate model. I told them what I could without speculation. I have always believed in sticking to observable facts. In the days that followed, the company updated its protocols. Multi-factor verification for reroutes, a callback requirement through the in-app system only, refresher training modules. We were told not to rely solely on caller ID under any circumstances. No arrests were made, at least none that I was informed about. I drove past Granger Road once more, a week later, in daylight. The detour sign was gone. The gravel approach showed faint tire tracks, but nothing unusual. The bridge looked ordinary, incomplete but harmless, a project waiting for funding and time. If I had stepped out of the cab that night to ask what they needed, I would have been isolated on a dark stretch of concrete above a river no one was watching. If I had tried to squeeze past the sedan, I might have damaged the truck and been forced to stop. If I had trusted the first voice without verifying, I would have delivered myself exactly where they wanted me. Instead, I followed protocol all the way through, even when it meant questioning the first set of instructions. I still answer dispatch on the first ring. I still repeat the codes back. I still log every deviation. But now, when the phone lights up on an empty road at night, I feel the memory of that unfinished bridge and the shape of two men standing in my headlights, waiting for a professional to do exactly what he's trained to do. And sometimes, in the dark stretches between towns, I imagine another driver getting that same call, hearing the right code spoken in a confident voice, and turning off onto a gravel road that shouldn't be open, toward a bridge that leads nowhere but into their headlights. The first thing I noticed was how ordinary the night felt. It was just past 11. The truck stop off Route 17 packed tighter than I'd ever seen it. Diesel engines idled in uneven rhythm. Headlights washed the rows of trailers in a dull yellow haze, and the smell of hot brakes and fryer grease hung in the damp air. A cold mist had started to settle, the kind that doesn't quite become rain but soaks into your clothes anyway. I had just finished checking my straps and was climbing back into my cab when the CB cracked to life with a burst of static sharp enough to make me flinch. I keep my radio on out of habit. It's part of the job, but it's also part of who I am. If someone's in trouble on the road, I don't ignore it. I've pulled over for blown tires, for overheated engines, for drivers who pushed too long and started drifting across lanes. My wife says I've got a hero complex. I call it civic duty. The static cleared, and then I heard it. A small voice. High, thin, trembling. It said it was locked in a trailer. At first, I assumed it was a prank. Truckers get bored. Kids get bored. People do stupid things over open channels. But the voice didn't laugh. It didn't stutter like someone trying not to break character. It sounded breathless, like whoever it belonged to had been crying for a long time. It said it was inside a white trailer with no windows. Said it couldn't see outside. Said it was dark and cold, and it could smell gasoline. I leaned forward, hand on the mic, and asked for a location. The reply came fast. It said it was at the truck stop. Said it could hear engines and horns, and the ding of the fuel pumps. Said it heard someone drop a metal bar onto concrete nearby. Right as it said that, a loud clang rang out across the lot behind me. I turned in my seat. A driver 2 rows down had dropped his load bar while adjusting freight. The hair on my arms lifted. I asked for the trailer number. The voice said it didn't know numbers, but it could see a red sticker near the ceiling on the inside of the doors. Said one of the hinges squealed every time someone walked by. That made less sense. From inside a sealed trailer, you can't see outside hinges squeal. You can't see much of anything unless there's light. I stepped out of my cab and scanned the rows. Most of the trailers were white. Most had red stickers somewhere on them. My rational brain started lining up explanations. Maybe someone had hidden inside a trailer as a dare. Maybe a kid ran away and climbed into the wrong rig. Then the voice said my truck was blue. It said I had a dent on my passenger side fender. It said I was wearing a reflective vest. I hadn't keyed the mic. For a moment, I convinced myself it was coincidence. Plenty of blue trucks out there. Plenty of reflective vests. But the dent was small and low. Something you wouldn't notice unless you were standing close. I keyed the mic and asked how it could see me. The CB answered with a small shaky breath. It said it wasn't sure, it said it could just tell. That was when another voice cut in. Older male, irritated. A driver asking who was messing around on Channel 19. I recognized him, Hank. He'd parked 3 spots over from me. Big guy, gray beard. Usually kept to himself. I told him what I was hearing. There was a pause, then the scrape of his cab door opening. He stepped down onto the asphalt looking toward me through the mist. He didn't believe it either, but he didn't dismiss it. We agreed to walk the lot. The voice kept talking as we moved, giving small, strange updates. It said someone with heavy boots was walking closer, said it heard keys jangling, said it could smell coffee. Hank had a thermos clipped to his belt. I watched him glance down at it. We started checking white trailers near the center rows first. Most were locked, sealed with plastic or metal tags that would snap if tampered with. I ran my flashlight beam along door seams, checking for scratches, bent hinges, any sign someone had forced their way in. Nothing. The voice grew more frantic. It said we were getting farther away. Said the squeaky hinge was behind us. We doubled back. That's when we found it. A white trailer parked at the far edge of the lot near a broken sodium light that flickered every few seconds. Red sticker near the top left door. Seal intact. Padlock clean. No scratches. I tugged the handle anyway. Solid. Hank circled around with his flashlight, checking underneath. No sign of anyone hiding. No cut floor panels. No broken rivets. The voice whispered that we were right outside. It said it could hear my breathing. I became aware of how loud it was in my ears. I pressed my palm flat against the cold metal door. Nothing from inside. No movement. No knocking. I told the voice to make a sound, to bang on the walls, to kick. There was a pause long enough that I thought the transmission had died. Then it said it couldn't move, said it was tied up. That crossed a line for me. I told Hank we were calling the cops. As I reached for my phone, the CB hissed again. Iggy. The voice changed. It stopped sounding scared. It said the police wouldn't get here in time. I froze. Hank stared at me, waiting for me to explain. The voice said we should open the trailer ourselves. I looked at the seal again. It was a standard plastic tamper seal. Bright orange. Breaking it without authorization would cost the driver time and money. Maybe his job. But if someone was really inside, none of that mattered. I asked the voice what was inside with it. It didn't answer directly. It said it was dark, but it wasn't alone. Hank swore under his breath. I circled the trailer one more time, checking the roofline, checking the landing gear. Everything about it looked untouched, like it had been dropped and left waiting for pickup. The flickering light above us buzzed, then steadied. The voice said it could see the light change. There are no windows in a dry van trailer. I stepped back from the doors. The voice began describing us. Hank's beard, my company logo, the mud on my boots. It mentioned the scrape on my knuckles from earlier when a ratchet snapped back. It was accurate. Hank grabbed my shoulder and muttered that someone had to be watching us. We scanned the lot. Dozens of trucks, curtains drawn, engines idling. A few drivers walking in and out of the convenience store. No one paying us special attention. The voice said we were looking the wrong way. It said it was right here. That was the first time I felt something other than concern. A cold, crawling awareness that this wasn't about a trapped child anymore. This was about being studied. I keyed the mic and asked what its name was. Silence. Then, it repeated my own name back to me. I had never said it over the radio. Hank's face lost what little color it had. The voice started narrating our movements as we shifted our weight, as we turned our heads. It described Hank reaching for the seal cutter he kept in his pocket. He hadn't taken it out yet. He looked down at his pocket like it had betrayed him. The mist thickened around the edges of the lot, blurring the far rows of trailers into pale shapes. The truck stop lights hummed. Somewhere an engine revved high, and then cut off. The voice told us to open the door. Just open it. It said we'd understand if we saw. My hand hovered near the seal. Every practical part of me knew that if someone were inside, they'd be making noise, banging, kicking, screaming. The laws of sound and space don't bend because of a radio transmission, but the voice knew things it shouldn't. It said if we walked away, it would come with us. That was when the CB cut out completely. No static, no carrier wave, just dead silence. I tapped the mic. Nothing. Around us, other engines still idled. The world hadn't gone quiet. Only our channel had. Hank took out his seal cutter. He hesitated, then snipped the plastic. The snap was loud in the damp air. We swung the right door open. The trailer was empty. No pallets, no boxes, no tied-up child, no smell of gasoline. Just a hollow steel space smelling faintly of old wood and dust. My flashlight beam traveled the length of it to the front wall and back. Nothing moved. Hank climbed up inside and stomped along the floor, checking for false panels. Solid. I stepped in behind him. The metal walls reflected our light and dull streaks. Our footsteps echoed in a way that made it hard to tell direction. The CB, still clipped to my belt, hissed back to life. The voice was no longer scared. It sounded close. It said thank you. The sound didn't seem to come through the speaker. It seemed to come from the trailer itself, from the metal around us vibrating lightly like a plucked wire. Hank bolted for the doors. I followed, heart hammering so hard it blurred my vision. As I jumped down onto the asphalt, the left trailer door swung shut behind me without wind, without touch. It didn't slam. It closed gently. The CB crackled once more. The voice said it liked small spaces. Then the transmission dissolved into static, and stayed that way. Police arrived 20 minutes later. They took statements. They inspected the trailer. The shipping paperwork showed it had been delivered empty earlier that evening, and was scheduled for pickup the next morning. The seal we broke was logged. The yard camera showed Hank and me walking around it. No one else approached during that time. They checked my CB unit, nothing unusual. They asked if we'd been drinking. We hadn't. I finished my run the next day, but I kept the radio off. I told myself it was just someone with a scanner and a vantage point, maybe using binoculars from a darkened cab, a prank that got out of hand. But here's what stays with me. When I got home, I found a thin layer of dust on the floor of my trailer from where I had stepped inside it that night. I hadn't noticed at the time, but my boot prints had tracked it back into my cab. Fine gray powder from an empty van. In that dust, on the rubber mat near my driver's seat, there was a smaller print, not clear enough to measure, not sharp enough to photograph well. Just the faint suggestion of a bare foot, pressed into powder that hadn't been there before. I cleaned it up myself. I didn't tell my wife. I still drive through that truck stop sometimes. I don't park near the far edge anymore. I don't keep my CB on after dark. But every now and then, when the lot is crowded and the mist hangs low, I swear I can feel the hollow space of that trailer around me again. Close and airless, like something learned the shape of my fear and decided to keep it. I heard the metal knocking before I shut off the engine. It wasn't loud, just a steady, patient tapping from the trailer behind me, like someone rapping a wrench against steel in an even rhythm. I had pulled into the industrial lot outside Cedar Junction around 4 in the morning, parked between 2 empty flatbeds and set the brakes. The place was dead quiet. Sodium lights hummed overhead. The sky had that thin gray look it gets before dawn, when the night hasn't given up but the day is already pressing against it. The tapping didn't belong there. I've been driving 18 years. Refrigerated units thump, loose chains drag, brake lines chatter in the cold. I know the language of a rig, the way a mechanic knows the shape of his own hands. This wasn't any of that. It was too deliberate. 3 evenly spaced strikes, a pause, then 3 more. Not fast, not slow, just steady. I left the engine idling and listened. 3 taps. Pause. 3 taps. I told myself it was contraction from the temperature drop. Steel cooling before sunrise. The trailer was loaded with palletized hardware, boxed hinges and brackets bound for a distribution center 2 states over. Nothing alive, nothing loose. I'd checked the load myself when they sealed it. 3 taps. Pause. I shut off the engine. The sudden silence made the next set of knocks sound closer. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped down from the cab. The lot stretched empty in both directions. Rows of parked trailers sitting like sleeping animals. A security light flickered near the chain link fence. No wind. No traffic on the highway beyond the warehouses. The sound came again, clearer now that I was outside. 3 knocks. Hollow. Metallic. From the forward third of the trailer, I walked along the driver's side, boots crunching over old gravel. I pressed my palm flat against the aluminum siding. Cold. Still. The knocking came again, and I felt it faintly through the metal, a vibration that lined up with each tap. I crouched and checked the undercarriage. No loose cross members, no dangling lines. The tires were firm. I banged the mud flap with my fist. It flapped back without echo. 3 knocks. Pause. I moved to the rear doors and swung my light across the locking bars. The seal was intact. The number matched my paperwork. I leaned my ear against the door. The sound came again. It didn't echo like it was inside the cargo space. It felt closer to the outer skin, like someone drumming on the inside wall just inches from my head. I stepped back and scanned the lot. Nothing moved. The other trucks were dark. The warehouse offices were closed at that hour. The air smelled like cold concrete and diesel residue. 3 knocks. I walked back toward the front of the trailer, counting the rivet lines out of habit, tracking the location. The tapping shifted slightly forward, matching my position. I stopped. It stopped. I took 2 steps toward the nose of the trailer. 3 knocks. The sound had moved again. I stood still for a long moment, letting the quiet stretch out. My breath fogged in the beam of the flashlight. I told myself it was coincidence. Sound carries strangely around metal surfaces. It can bounce, travel, settle somewhere you don't expect. I took a step backward. Nothing. I took another step. 3 knocks. Closer to the center. The rhythm hadn't changed, but the placement had. It was tracking me. I don't spook easy. I've broken down in mountain passes in winter. I've slept through hailstorms that dented the hood. I've had strangers tug at my door handle at truck stops. There's always an explanation. There has to be. I walked slowly along the trailer again, testing it. With each step I took, the tapping resumed, keeping pace. When I stopped, it stopped. When I moved, it followed. I felt my skepticism thinning, not replaced by belief in anything specific, just worn down by the pattern. I climbed onto the side step near the landing gear and leaned up, stretching to reach the upper third of the trailer wall. My flashlight beam skimmed across the aluminum. That's when I saw the smear. It was faint, about 2 feet below the roofline, a dull streak against the brushed metal. I squinted and angled the light. It wasn't grime from the road. It had shape. 5 elongated marks spread slightly apart, as if a hand had pressed flat and dragged downward. The outline of fingers was clear enough to count. I stepped back down and stared up at it. The bottom of that smear was at least 9 feet off the ground. There were no ladders nearby, no stacked pallets, nothing someone could have climbed. Even standing on the landing gear step, I couldn't reach it without stretching awkwardly. And I'm over 6 feet tall. 3 knocks. The sound came again, directly behind that smear. I swallowed and moved my light higher. Above the first set of marks was another impression. Partial this time, like fingertips had pressed and lifted. The residue looked darker at the tips. I felt the hair along my arms rise despite the cold. I've hauled livestock before. When animals panic inside a trailer, they kick and slam. They leave dents, sometimes blood. This wasn't that. There were no dents, no buckling of the panel, just those deliberate marks. 3 knocks. I pressed my palm against the metal below the smear, trying to match the size. My hand fit inside the outline easily. The marks were longer, the fingers narrower. The tapping shifted slightly upward, aligning with where my hand rested. I pulled back fast enough that my heel slipped on gravel. The lot stayed empty. The other trucks stayed dark. I circled to the passenger side. The metal was clean at first glance. Then halfway down, near the same height as the marks on the driver's side, I saw another set, this one clearer, a full handprint, fingers splayed with a faint streak trailing down. The texture looked oily, almost damp against the aluminum. 3 knocks. This time the vibration felt closer to the outer skin than before, as if whatever made it wasn't deep inside the trailer but just beyond the panel. I forced myself to think through possibilities. Someone could have climbed up earlier, at the shipper, at a rest area, maybe a prank, maybe some kid scaling trailers for fun. But I'd been with the rig since pickup. I'd done a walk around before leaving. There hadn't been anything on the sides then. The knocks resumed, and I realized something else. They weren't random anymore. Let my for the Sibioni. They were matching the tempo of my breathing. When I inhaled sharply, the next set came faster. When I tried to slow down, the tapping stretched out, spacing itself wider, like it was sinking to the rise and fall of my chest. I held my breath. Silence. I kept holding it until my lungs burned. Nothing. I exhaled slowly. 3 knocks. Softer but aligned with that release of air, a tightness settled behind my ribs that had nothing to do with the cold. I stepped back from the trailer entirely and walked 10 paces away into the open lot. I stood there, flashlight lowered, and stared at the rig. From a distance it looked normal. A long white box under harsh lights. No movement. No shadow shifting. I took 1 step toward it. 3 knocks. Even from 10 paces away I could hear it clearly. The sound didn't fade with distance. It felt directional, aimed at me. I approached slowly until I stood at the midpoint of the trailer again. I didn't touch it this time. I just listened. The tapping moved along the interior wall, traveling horizontally, keeping exact alignment with my position. I walked toward the rear. It followed. I walked toward the nose. It followed. The rhythm stayed steady, patient. I don't know how long I stood there repeating that test, trying to catch it out of sync, trying to prove to myself it was coincidence layered over imagination. Every time I thought I'd moved unpredictably, it adjusted. Then the pattern changed. Instead of 3 knocks, there was one, a single hard strike from the upper section directly in front of me. I froze. I froze another single strike, slightly lower, then another, each one descending in a straight line, like something tapping its way down the inside of the wall toward where I stood. By the time the final knock landed, it was at chest height. I stepped back. The metal bulged outward a fraction of an inch, then settled, just once. Quick, like pressure from the inside. I stared at that spot, waiting for it to happen again. It didn't. The lot remained empty. The sky had lightened a shade, turning the edges of the warehouses pale. I forced myself to circle back to the driver's side and look up at the high smear again. In the brighter pre-dawn light, the marks were clearer. The streak wasn't just a drag. It had ridges within it, fine parallel lines like skin texture. Below it, new marks had appeared, lower. Within my reach, 5 fresh smudges pressed into the metal, aligned vertically, as if something had braced itself there. They hadn't been there minutes earlier. I was sure of that. My heartbeat thudded in my ears. 3 knocks. But now they came from the lower section, directly behind the new marks. I stepped closer without meaning to. The metal felt warmer under my palm. The tapping accelerated briefly, then returned to its steady rhythm. For a second, I had the irrational thought that if I matched it, if I tapped back in the same pattern, it might stop. I lifted my knuckles and struck the metal 3 times. The response was immediate. 3 knocks from inside, perfectly timed between mine. I stopped. Silence stretched. Then slowly, one more knock came from inside, exactly where my forehead would have been if I'd leaned forward. Short. Final. The security light near the fence flickered off as the automatic timer cut with the coming daylight. The sudden change in lighting made the trailer look flat and ordinary again. The knocks didn't return. I waited. Nothing. I walked the length of the trailer one more time. The sound did not follow. The metal stayed still. The high smears remained. The lower ones remained. I climbed back into the cab and locked the doors. I didn't start the engine right away. I sat there watching the trailer in the side mirror as the sky brightened from gray to pale blue. No movement. When I finally pulled out of the lot, the trailer rode smooth. No unusual sway. No noise beyond the normal rattle of suspension over uneven pavement. At the distribution center, I broke the seal with the dock supervisor present. The cargo was intact. Pallets stacked exactly as they had been loaded. No sign of disturbance along the interior walls. No dents. No marks from inside. I walked the length of the empty trailer after they unloaded it. The interior panels were clean. No bulges. No scuffs. Nothing at chest height. When I stepped back outside to complete my paperwork, I glanced up at the exterior wall out of reflex. The high smear was gone. The metal was clean, sunlit, unmarked. I ran my hand over the exact spot where it had been. Smooth aluminum, warm from the morning light. I didn't mention it in my report. There's no box to check for rhythmic knocking that follows your breathing. No code for handprints that appear where no one could stand. I've replayed that pre-dawn hour more times than I care to admit. I've tried to line it up with temperature shifts, stress, lack of sleep. I've driven that same route since, parked in that same lot once, just to see if it would happen again. It hasn't, but sometimes when I shut off the engine in the dark, and the cab goes quiet, I find myself holding my breath without meaning to, and every so often, in that suspended second before I exhale, I can feel the memory of 3 patient knocks waiting on the other side of the metal. I was easing my rig down a narrow secondary highway when I saw the hazard lights blinking ahead, a weak amber pulse against the tree line. It was close to midnight, the kind of hour when the road stops feeling public and starts feeling borrowed. I had a half-loaded trailer behind me, and 3 more hours to go before I could park for the night. The stretch I was on didn't have services for miles, just low brush, scattered pines, and shallow ditches that filled with rainwater in the spring. That night the air was dry and cold, the sky clear enough to show a thin scatter of stars. I don't pass people in trouble if I can help it. That's just how I was raised. But I've been driving commercially long enough to know that good intentions can put you in bad spots. So when I saw the sedan angled on the shoulder with its hood up, I slowed, checked my mirrors, and rolled past it by about 50 yards before stopping. I wanted distance. I wanted options. The car looked older, maybe early 2000s, dark color that swallowed the light. The driver stood near the front bumper, hands on hips, head down as if studying the engine. No other vehicles around, no houses, no light except my headlights and his hazards blinking out of rhythm. I set my brakes, grabbed a flashlight, and stepped down from the cab. The night felt bigger on the ground. My engine idled behind me, steady and loud enough to be reassuring. I kept my phone in my jacket pocket, already open to the emergency screen. As I walked back toward the sedan, I took in what I could. The driver was a man, mid-30s maybe, average build, ball cap pulled low. He turned when he heard my boots on the pavement and lifted a hand in a quick wave. He didn't look frantic. That was the first thing that stuck out to me. Most people stranded at that hour look relieved or embarrassed, or some mix of both. He looked composed. I stopped a few feet short of the front bumper and kept the flashlight low, not shining it in his face but not leaving myself blind either. I asked what was going on. He said the car had overheated, said he'd been driving for about 20 minutes when the temperature gauge spiked. He gestured at the open hood. His voice was steady, almost flat. I asked if he'd called for a tow. He said his phone was dead, and he hadn't seen another car in half an hour. That part tracked. This road could go quiet for long stretches at night. I angled the flashlight toward the engine bay. I'm no mechanic, but I know what an overheated engine looks like. There's usually a smell, sometimes steam, a tick of hot metal cooling. I didn't see any steam. I didn't smell coolant. The engine block looked dusty but not freshly heated. I put the back of my hand near it, close enough to feel radiant heat if there was any. It was cool, not just cooling down, cool like it hadn't run in a while. I straightened and asked how long he'd been sitting there. He hesitated, just a fraction. Then he said maybe 15 minutes. The hazards were blinking strong and bright, not the weak pulse of a dying battery. Shifted the flashlight beam toward the ground and saw no dark patches, no spilled fluid. The hood prop rod was in place, but it looked like it had been set there carefully, not hurried. He said he just needed a jump or maybe some water for the radiator. I told him I didn't carry coolant, but I could call for help from my cab. He waved that off too quickly, saying he didn't want to bother anyone, and that if I could just take a look, maybe we could figure it out. I noticed then that he wasn't wearing a jacket. It was cold enough that my breath showed faintly in the beam of my light. He didn't seem to mind. No shivering, no rubbing his hands together. Just standing there watching me. I took a slow step back and let my eyes adjust beyond the tight circle of my flashlight. The brush along that stretch of road was thick in places, waist-high scrub with taller pines behind it, the kind of cover that swallows movement. I asked him to try starting the car so I could listen. He moved to the driver's door but didn't open it right away. Instead, he looked past me, toward my truck. His gaze lingered there a second too long. That was when my stomach tightened. He finally opened the door and sat inside. The interior dome light didn't come on. He turned the key. The engine cranked strong and steady, not the sluggish churn of a dead battery. It sounded healthy. He let it crank for a few seconds, then stopped and stepped back out. Said it had been doing that since it overheated. I walked a little closer to the front of the car again, but not as close as before. My engine was still idling behind me, headlights cutting long white lanes down the asphalt. The road ahead and behind was empty. I told him I could call roadside assistance and wait with him until they arrived. I kept my tone even, helpful, but not committed. He shifted his weight and glanced again toward the brush. It was subtle, but it was there. A quick check, like he was looking for something, or someone. I followed his glance without turning my head fully, just my eyes. The brush didn't move, but I had the distinct feeling of being observed. It's hard to explain that feeling without sounding dramatic, but most drivers know it. You spend enough nights alone on the road, and you get a sense for when a place is empty and when it isn't. The highway felt wrong. Not quiet. Waiting. He took a step toward me, closing the gap I had kept. He started talking about how he had cash, how he could pay me for my time. The words came out too rehearsed, like he'd practiced the pitch. I stepped back again, increasing the distance. I told him money wasn't the issue. Safety was. I said I'd call for help from my truck. That's when I heard it. A rustle in the brush to my right. Not the light shift of wind. A heavier movement. Then another, farther back. He didn't react to the sound. Not even a flicker. He just watched me. I turned my flashlight toward the brush. The beam caught on leaves and thin branches, then slid over something darker that shifted out of view. A shoulder maybe, or a shadow that moved like it had weight. My mind ran through possibilities. Maybe he had friends who'd come to help, and were hanging back. Maybe I was misreading everything. Then a shape stepped partially out from the trees about 20 yards off the shoulder. A man, hard to tell his age. He wore dark clothes, no reflective gear, no phone light in his hand. He didn't wave, didn't call out, just stood there. Another figure moved behind him. The driver in front of me finally spoke again, telling me not to worry, that they were just buddies who'd come when he called earlier, and their truck had broken down too. The explanation came too late, too neat. I took 2 slow steps backward, putting more space between us and lining myself up with my cab. I kept the flashlight trained low, not wanting to lose my footing on the uneven gravel shoulder. The figures in the brush started moving closer, spreading out without seeming to coordinate. One drifted left, another right. They weren't rushing, they were closing. My engine was still running. My driver's door was closed. I had maybe 50 yards to cover. I said I was going to get my phone and call for help. I didn't wait for his response. I turned and walked, not running yet. I didn't want to trip. Gravel shifted under my boots. I could hear movement behind me now. Faster through the brush, branches snapping. Halfway to my truck, I heard footsteps hit the pavement. That was enough. I broke into a run, boots pounding the asphalt, breath sharp in my chest. My mind narrowed to a single goal: get inside, lock the doors, move. I reached the cab, grabbed the handle, and hauled myself up. My hands felt clumsy on the metal. I pulled the door shut and hit the lock just as a hand slapped against the side of the truck. The impact rocked the cab slightly. I didn't look down. I didn't want to see a face at my window. I slammed the truck into gear and released the brakes. The rig lurched forward hard, trailer swaying as I overcorrected the wheel. In the side mirror, I caught a glimpse of 2 figures stepping back from the shoulder, and the original driver standing near his car, no longer pretending to check the engine. One of them ran a few steps after me, then stopped as the truck picked up speed. My heart was hammering so loud I could barely hear the engine. I kept my eyes on the road, hands tight on the wheel, forcing myself not to fishtail on the narrow lane. The highway curved ahead, dipping slightly before rising again. I didn't slow until the sedan's hazard lights disappeared over the crest behind me. Only then did I realize how close I had come to stepping fully into whatever they had planned. If I'd leaned over that engine bay longer, if I'd agreed to crawl under the car, if I'd shut off my own engine to listen more closely, any of those small decisions would have changed the timing. And timing was everything. My hesitation, the questions, the distance I kept between us, that was the window I needed. I drove another 10 miles before pulling into a wide gravel turnout near a county road sign. I locked the doors again and finally let myself breathe. My hands were shaking so badly I had to sit on them to steady the tremor. I called state police and gave them the location as best I could. Described the car, the driver, the shapes in the brush. The dispatcher's voice stayed calm, professional. She said units would check it out. I don't know what they found. I didn't circle back. I wasn't going to risk passing that stretch again that night. For weeks afterward, every set of hazard lights on a dark shoulder made my chest tighten. I still stop sometimes. I still help when it feels right, but I do it differently now. I park farther ahead. I keep my engine running. I watch the tree line as much as I watch the person asking for help. That night didn't end with a crash or a fight or anything dramatic enough to make the news. It ended with me driving away and 3 silhouettes shrinking in my mirror. Their car still sitting there with its hood up, perfectly cool under a clear sky. Hazard lights blinking to no one as the road swallowed them back into the dark. I first noticed him outside Amarillo, parked under a light that buzzed like it was chewing on the dark. I had pulled into the rest area just after midnight, easing my rig into the far row where the pavement slopes a little, and the engines idle quieter. I've been a commercial driver for 14 years, mostly long interstate hauls, and I'm used to the way shapes gather at the edges of truck stops. Broken down sedans, stray dogs, people who don't want to be seen. What caught my attention was that he wasn't doing anything. He stood at the tree line beyond the last picnic table, hands at his sides facing the lot. The sodium lights flattened him into a cutout. Average height, dark jacket. No bag, no car nearby. Just a figure placed there like a marker. I watched him in the convex mirror while I logged my hours. He didn't move closer, didn't turn away. When a car pulled in and swept its headlights across the trees, he was still there, lit up for a second, then returned to silhouette. I told myself he was waiting for someone, or he'd stepped out to smoke and wandered too far. It was none of my business. I slept for 3 hours and left before dawn, merging back onto the interstate with that heavy rolling feeling in my chest that comes from too much coffee and not enough rest. I saw him again in Oklahoma. This time it was a different rest area, 200 miles east, the kind with a low concrete building, and a flag snapping on a tall pole. The sky had gone moonless. Wind pushed grit across the asphalt. I parked near the entrance for a quick bathroom break and stayed in the cab to finish a sandwich. When I glanced up, there he was at the edge of the grass, just beyond the reach of the brightest light. Same posture, same stillness. There are coincidences you can shrug off, and then there are repetitions that land wrong in your body. I felt it in my shoulders first, a tightening that made me sit up straighter. I checked the lot carefully. No vehicle idling near him, no one walking toward him. He wasn't on a phone. He was just there, oriented toward the trucks. I locked my doors. I always do, but this time I checked them twice. I told myself it was just a man who travels like I do, hopping from stop to stop. Maybe he'd taken a bus. Maybe someone had dropped him off. The highways are full of people moving in strange patterns. Still, when I pulled out, I watched the side mirror longer than I needed to. He didn't wave, didn't step forward. He let the distance swallow him. By the time I crossed into Arkansas, the thought had settled into something heavier. Not panic, not yet, more like a pressure behind the eyes. The third sighting happened near a river crossing, at a rest area built on a bluff. It was after 2 a.m. The lot was mostly empty, just a refrigerated trailer humming at the far end. I parked facing outward, a habit from years of wanting a quick exit if something felt off. I didn't see him at first. I shut down the engine, listened to the ticking metal cool, and reached for my logbook. That's when my headlights flickered against something at the far perimeter. I leaned forward, peering past the glare. He stood near the railing overlooking the dark drop toward the river, not looking at the water, looking at me. 3 states, 3 rest areas. No change in clothing that I could see. No sign of fatigue, just that same quiet placement at the edge of wherever I stopped. My mind started doing what it does when a route closes unexpectedly. It rerouted. I checked my mirrors for anyone who might be tailing me. I tried to remember if I'd cut someone off earlier in the week, if I'd had words with another driver. But I keep to myself. I haul freight. I don't invite trouble. I stayed in the cab that night and didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw him standing in the periphery, like a stain that doesn't wash out. At dawn, I stepped down from the cab to do a quick walk-around inspection. The air was damp, smelling faintly of mud from the river below. I moved methodically, checking tires, lights, straps. When I rounded the front of the truck, something small caught my eye on the passenger side mirror. It hung by a thin piece of twine, looped carefully around the mirror arm. A small wooden figure. It was hand-carved, rough but deliberate. The shape of a person with no face, just shallow grooves where eyes might be. The wood was pale, freshly cut, the grain still bright. It swayed slightly in the morning breeze, tapping softly against the mirror housing. I stood there longer than I should have. There are only a few ways that thing could have gotten there. Either someone climbed up while I was inside, or it had been attached earlier and I'd somehow missed it. I know my truck. I check it every stop. I would have seen it. I scanned the rest area. A couple in a sedan were loading bags into their trunk. The refrigerated trailer was gone. No sign of the man. I didn't touch the carving at first. I just stared at it, trying to decide if it was a prank. Drivers play dumb jokes sometimes. Zip ties on bumpers. Fake parking tickets. But this didn't feel like that. It felt intentional. Placed for me. I slipped a glove on and lifted the figure by its string. It was light, warm from the rising sun. The grooves where the eyes should be were deeper than I'd thought, carved with enough force to splinter the edges. I looked around again, half expecting to see him standing at the edge of the lot, watching my reaction. There was nothing but the highway beyond the trees. I cut the twine with my pocket knife and set the carving on the concrete barrier near the bluff. For a second I considered throwing it into the river. Instead, I left it upright, facing the parking lot, and climbed back into my cab. As I merged onto the interstate, my normal route would have taken me straight through Memphis and onward along a corridor I'd driven dozens of times. I've always been steady about my routes. Dispatch assigns them, I run them. Deviating costs time and money. But the image of that figure on my mirror kept replaying in my mind, tied to the memory of him at 3 separate rest areas. Repetition like that doesn't happen by accident. I took the next exit. It was a smaller state highway that ran south, cutting through stretches of farmland and pine forest. Not my assigned path. I told myself it was road construction I wanted to avoid. Traffic. Anything reasonable. The truth was simpler. I didn't want to be predictable. The smaller road felt different immediately. Fewer lights. Longer gaps between towns. My headlights carved a narrow tunnel through the dark. Every set of oncoming beams made my chest tighten. Just a little. I skipped the next rest area entirely. When I needed fuel, I chose a truck stop attached to a busy travel plaza instead of a standalone pull-off. I parked under bright canopy lights and kept the engine running while I paid at the pump. I scanned every face that moved past my windshield. He wasn't there. Hours passed. The sky shifted from black to a thin gray. My nerves settled into something dull and constant, like background static. I started to feel foolish. Maybe the wooden figure had been a random act. Maybe I'd built a pattern out of separate moments. Then, late that night, I saw a familiar outline in my side mirror. I was rolling through a long stretch of 2-lane highway bordered by trees. No streetlights, just my rig and the hum of tires. A pair of headlights had been behind me for several miles, keeping steady distance. That's not unusual. What made my skin prickle was the shape I caught in the mirror when the road curved. A figure standing on the shoulder ahead, not moving, not signaling, just positioned a few feet from the white line as if waiting for something to pass. I didn't slow down. I didn't change lanes. I kept my speed steady and fixed my eyes forward. As I approached, the headlights behind me dipped slightly, illuminating the shoulder more clearly. It was him. Same dark jacket, same stillness. Close enough this time that I could see his face should have been. but there was only shadow. My truck thundered past, wind buffeting the shoulder. For a split second, I thought he might step forward. He didn't. In the mirror, I saw him turn his head, following the trailer as it moved away. The car behind me swerved slightly to give him space, and then continued on. I drove another 10 miles before my hands started shaking. This was no longer coincidence. This was pursuit, or something close enough that the difference didn't matter. He had no vehicle near him, no reason to be standing on a rural shoulder in the middle of the night, and yet he had placed himself directly in my path again. I took the next turnoff without signaling, a narrow county road that dipped into thicker forest. The asphalt was rough, unlit, branches leaned overhead. My GPS protested, recalculating in a calm voice that felt disconnected from the reality of the dark pressing in around me. I drove until I found a small municipal lot near what looked like a closed ranger station. I pulled in, cut the engine, and killed the lights. Silence dropped hard. No traffic. No insects. Loud enough to matter. Just the ticking of cooling metal. And my own breathing. I waited. Every minute felt stretched thin. I watched the entrance to the lot through the windshield. Nothing moved beyond the tree line. No approaching headlights. No footsteps, just the shape of the road disappearing into black. I don't know how long I sat there before the certainty settled in. He had followed the main highway. He hadn't expected me to break pattern. I stayed parked until the first hint of dawn grayed the sky. When birds began to stir in the trees, I started the engine and eased back toward the interstate, choosing a different access point miles away from where I'd turned off. I finished my delivery 2 days late and told dispatch I'd hit unexpected detours. That part was true. Since then, I've changed the way I run my routes. I vary my stops. I avoid the same rest areas twice in a row. I keep my mirrors angled a little wider. I haven't seen him again, not clearly, but sometimes when I pull into a remote lot after midnight, I scan the tree line before I shut down the engine. I look for that upright shape at the edge of the light. I check my mirrors for anything tied where it doesn't belong, and every so often when the wind nudges the side mirror just right, I think of that small wooden figure standing on the concrete barrier above the river, facing the empty parking lot, waiting in my rear view,